world. This is Nemo Nation live from the Fastport Studios with Jimmy Mack. Unfortunately, we are missing the Nemo and Nemo Nation.
Yeah, the Nemo and Nemo Nation's got the vid, man. I don't mean like the high, the high. What is it? What's what I'm looking for? High fidelity. What is it? What is the when you get the really clear image on your television set? High what? High definition.
Yes.
We're missing the high definition Dave. It isn't a video thing. He's got the vid. Okay, we've got a little bit of the COVID. I do not have the COVID. Madison does not have the COVID. Hope you guys don't have the COVID. Good morning to Glasgow, Kentucky. Good morning to those who are traveling from Michigan to Wisconsin. Good morning to the people in Omaha. Good morning everywhere and all points in between. If you're listening on the tube of you, keep on chatting, keep on hitting that like. If you're on the Book of Face, hit those likes, hit those loves. Keep on talking to each other. I know my friends Gina and Rebecca are over there lurking around doing their thing. If you have the audacity to be on Odyssey, we love you there. If you've left your heart at iHeart, well, keep on listening over there. Go to RadioNemo.com and hit that button on the 365. You've already done it. I don't know why I'm telling you to do these things. I'm encouraging you to encourage others to join us here at Nemo Nation. And don't tell me you hate Mondays. Be a professional. Hate the whole week. That's what I'm saying, man. If you're going to hate, be a full-time hater and hate the whole week. We want you to love Mondays. That's why we do the show on Mondays. Want to give you a little goose in the caboose. Want to give you a little kick in the tush. Get you going, get you moving, get you shaking. I promised myself I wouldn't make any bad choices these days, or I'd think at least before I did. But you know what? The heck with it. 615-292-6366. Jump into the conversation and join us. Since it is Nemo Nation, Chris Caplice is going to be joining us, talk about the futures of the truckload market. Elizabeth Barna is going to be here talking about the stuff that is actually taking up her mind these days. Alan Hodges, Truckin' Ray, with his discussion of three-axle coffee and storytelling. Chuck Snow is going to be here as a spokesperson for not only Next Gen, but his great podcast, Rates and Lanes. Raman Singh Dhillon, who, of course, is with the Punjabi Trucking Association, the North American Punjabi Trucking Association. He's the CEO over there. He returns to the show. Erica Denny of Colorado's Department of Transportation. NACFE's Mike Roth is going to be here. David Keeve finally gets a chance to really unpack what he's talking about. You guys know that climate change, you guys know that all this crazy weather, whatever you want to call it, is actually affecting your insurance rates, both on the road and in the homes you purchase. He'll be here to talk about that. And here's the deal. This is where it gets kind of crazy. We're going to Texas tomorrow. Heading over to Texas, which means tomorrow's going to have a lot of replays on the show. But I'm going to be here, 7 in the center, 8 in the east, for the first half hour to welcome you aboard, explain what we're replaying, why we're replaying it, and how it all sets us up to bounce on down to the Lone Star State for TXTA, where the entire gang is making its first remote broadcast. It's like learning everything all over again. We have to kind of, get that going on. We got to do all the things we used to do, second nature. We've got to actually relearn all that stuff. So it took us about, 6-7 weeks to get up to speed doing this show, Nemo Nation, and Road Gang Radio, and welcome aboard, We Should Write, and also rebroadcasting Trucking with a Wider. Think about that. We started with 2, then we had 3, now we've got a 4th. There's lots more coming, too, including motorcycle stuff. I'm not kidding, guys. We've got some programming in the future dealing with motorcycle stuff. Dave also has Nemo's Night Beat, although there won't be an edition this week because Dave got the vid. Dave got the vid. Hey, Mark, how you doing from your hospital in the pre-op room? Hope you're doing well. Joe J says, my Monday is always Sunday, so by the time we get together, it's Tuesday for me. My Monday mood is already gone. Good for you. By the way, in New Orleans, we hate Tuesdays so much, we put our biggest holiday of the year there. Because, after all, nobody really does any work in New Orleans on Monday. But all of you guys out there are making your way across the highways and the byways. I was telling you guys, because of the programming changes, we're not going to cheat you of Maintenance Matters. We're actually going to end the show with that, by the way. And we're also going to have trucking tributes from Reeds across America. So we're not cheating you of any stuff you would have gotten programming this week. We're just, we're shuffling some deck chairs, as it were. But it ain't the Titanic. It's Nemo Nation. Welcome aboard. People are calling. Madison, I said before, I promised myself I would think twice before making bad choices. But you know what? I'm still going to take these phone calls. Who do I got?
Well, first up, you got Mark from Ohio.
How we doing, brother? How we doing? And are we in post-op or pre-op?
We're still in pre-op. Surgery's not
Ah,
until 10 o'clock.
ah.
So I'm just in that waiting mode, before they come in and do everything.
How, and by the way, think about this. On the old platform, you couldn't have listened to us, brother. You couldn't have chatted with us. You'd have been stuck there
Nope.
in agony without your friends who love you. Everybody's
Yep.
rooting for you, by the way. Everybody here is rooting for you. Everybody across Nemo Nation is rooting for you. Derek Schmidt is
I
rooting
know.
for you. Joe J is rooting for you. Paul Whitlow is rooting for you. We're all rooting for you, dude. Prognosis good, though, right?
Yep. And yep. And here comes somebody in. And here's one of the I got to let you go there, Jimmy.
Love
Doctor's
you,
in
man.
here now.
We're thinking
I'll
of
talk
you.
to you later.
Get out of here.
Yep.
All right. All right. So let's get the next phone call in here, Madison. Who do I got in the phone? Who's calling me?
Who do you think?
Chowda.
Chowda.
Chowda. Good morning,
Morning, Jimmy Mack and RGR Rebellious Rebellions of the Monday morning roadways and off-duty time. And some certain guy, that's where I want to be, that was at the Badlands. Harley Davidson store in Wall, South Dakota yesterday when I talked to him. Trey. Mark, praying for you. Hope that your surgery goes fast and without a hitch or a problem in your back. Pulling them diesel wagons, or as we call them, those candlesticks down the road. I don't really have much to say today there, Jimmy. Just good morning to everybody. I'm hoping my mood is better and my week goes better than last week's, but I could hold my breath for that, but I don't think they need another character in the Smurf movie, so I'll just go with the flow and hope.
Yeah, I'd rather not have you turn blue. Now, if you want to paint yourself blue and scream freedom, I'm all behind it.
I don't know. My painting skills are up to that, Jimmy. I tried painting a house one time, and the grass turned yellow, and the house stayed brown. So I don't think we better put a paintbrush in Chowder's hand anywhere. Speaking
of spray paint, listen to this, man. So we had a whole bunch of people came in town this week, and the last of them I finally dropped off at the destination to have her friend bring her to the airport. But I took her down to the French Quarter because I was down there, and I parked to go grab her and tell her it's time to go. There was a guy on the street, I kid you not, who was spray painting himself silver. You know, one of those living statues.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he was huffing it.
Well, he was doing that too.
In South Dakota a lot too, though, Madison. So let's not be judgmental, all right? Gold, I hear, is the color of choice.
Got it.
But I have to also send out my prayers and wishes for Dave in a speedy recovery to make sure he comes out, and I'm sure he'll be fine because he's a healthy, young, spry man. So hurry up and get healthy and come back to us there, Dave. And speaking about people painting themselves, Jimmy, do you think we should have warned Dre about certain booths where he went?
No, I think Dre needs to make discoveries on his own. I think he's a full-grown man, and I think he can make choices, and sometimes bad ones if he wants to make them. I think they picked the best time to go in my years of living out there because all the vendors will pretty much be there and all the food's up, and he'll be able to get in and out of all those places like he wants to go and where we're supposed to try to meet up on Saturday, like, the full throttle. And he'll be able to ride a lot better with enough bikes to say he got the feeling, but not so much that it's jammed up and he'll enjoy it. But I did find it ironic that he told me yesterday when I texted him, see how he was doing, and he said, man, there's a lot of corn up here. I haven't seen so much corn. I wanted to tell him that you're in the grain belt of the United States. What do you think we grow up there? Oh, my God. I mean, it's like there's a point where you are both in awe and absolutely numb to boredom by the amount of grain and corn you see. And by the way, that's no knock on grain and corn or the hardworking people farming. But there's a moment when you're like, man, this is a big, giant bin of corn and grain.
Right, but then, Jimmy, about time you get over there to western South Dakota, I-25 corridor area, it all changes. It's like the corn miraculously just disappears, and you've got mountains and woods again.
Oh, I know. By the way, you remember that moment in Idaho when you cross into the state of Washington? You go through those gorgeous valleys. You then ascend up, and suddenly you're in Christmas country. Madison,
well,
it's like
what happened in Field of Dreams, right? Field of Dreams, Costner walks out of the cornfield to the baseball field. He wasn't really walking out of the cornfields and into a baseball field. He just got out of the Midwest and he was in St. Louis.
That's a good point. Well said. Well said.
All right, you have a good one. I'm out of here.
All right, thank you, my friend. We'll get to the next
Right.
phone call after the break. Thank you, Chowder. Hold on tight. Just let me know who it is. Who do I got on hold?
Diver driver.
Okay, Diver Driver, hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Actually, let's pull him in. Let's
You
do
wanna
it.
pull
Yeah.
him in?
Let's get him in here. Let's get him in here because JB is in the house, and it was so good to see you last week. Bunch of tough guys, all guys who had served in the military. Couple of Army dudes and a Navy dude all sitting around a table. Not a bad way to spend a day. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm calling in. I got to apologize to everybody. I swear I'm not a stalker. I am a super fan, but I'm not a stalker.
Dude,
And, I didn't mean to freak Nick DeMeo out so early in the morning.
Dude, it was so awesome, though. It was so awesome because a couple of things transpired. First of all, you got to be on the show. And I'm going to tell you right now, there were 4 people who actually were able to make the trip. I wish the 5th, in the form of Junker, could have found a dispatch to get him down here. Dude, it was awesome. And we had you on the show for an extended period of time. We had our 2 friends, the 2 road team captains. We had Marshall. Dude, I mean, trucking represented. I mean, there was a lot of people with CDLs at that party.
And that's what I was going to say. Is like because I showed up so early, I got to learn about the flagpole. I got to learn about Parkway. I got to be a soft co-host, and and now I can actually say I'm on a trucking radio show.
Oh,
So-
I want to go to Tijuana, eat some barbecued iguana. I love that, by the way. A little bit of Stuart Copeland getting together. What's the other guy? Oh, it's called Wall of Voodoo is the name of that band.
Yeah.
It's Wall of Voodoo.
Yeah.
And they actually did the soundtrack for the film Rumblefish, speaking of motorcycles. Have you ever seen that?
Okay.
Have you ever seen Rumblefish?
No, I haven't.
Oh, my God.
No, I haven't.
They wrote the song Don't Box Me In for it. So Stuart Copeland did the soundtrack for this motorcycle movie that Coppola made after The Outsiders. Really strange with Mickey Rourke and Matt Dillon. That just tells you everything you need to know. And they're both like 15 in it. Well, they're older than that, but you get the idea. It's all black and white and really kind of groovy. No, dude, we had the best time. And I want to make this really clear, and you can back me up here. If you let us know you're coming and you give us fair enough warning, we're going to roll out the red carpet for you if you're a driver here. That's simple as that, right? That's fair assessment, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Absolutely.
What did you have at Parkway? I didn't ask that question. What did you have at Parkway?
I had the shrimp po' boy.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's such a good shrimp po' boy.
I need to go to Parkway. I haven't been there yet.
Well, it's not too far from me. Maybe we go today. Maybe we celebrate you doing your next producing job, and then we'll actually get our good friend Diver Driver down here and come back again to do it. You're not that far away. I mean, compared to everybody else, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Robert L.A.
Where are you now?
I'm in at the DC in Robert, and about to head out to a couple stores, the Marts of Wall.
The Marts of Wall.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm telling you, it never ends. The fun never ends. My friend, I got to tell you, it was an absolute joy to see you. It was an absolute joy to share a microphone. What a good time. You're welcome back anytime. We're going to have another event late in the fall, early in the winter down here, a little music, a little more rowdy. Although that crowd was pretty rowdy, dude. That crowd was pretty rowdy. There was a lot of bourbon going on. There's a lot of bourbon going on, man. I was like,
I saw that. I'm like, let's get some gumbo and get out of here.
Gumbo was pretty good too, huh?
It was
pretty good gumbo.
Yeah. Did Chef Marty make that? Or?
No. You ready for this? The professional caterer was my mom's sister.
Wow.
How about that?
Hats off.
And it was really
Hats
fun
off.
because the 2 ladies that made gumbo, one in the afternoon and one in the evening, at the end of the night, were sitting at the table in the back just shooting the shinola and comparing recipes. It was a groovy night, man. The only bad thing was the band only got through 2 songs and then the rains came, but people kept drinking. All right, I got to get out of here. Do me a favor.
All right, man.
Do me a favor.
Sure.
Would you please say, Madison, would you do us the honor of playing the pledge and national anthem and a little cup of Java? Say it however you want to. She'll follow you up, okay?
All right. Madison with a T, please give us a pledge, national anthem, and a cup of Java.
Copy that, Diver Driver.
All right.
I pledge allegiance allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you had a great and awesome weekend. I pray that all is well with you. I want to share something with you from Psalms 37, verses 3 through 5. It says, trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and befriend faithfulness. Delight yourself in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. What the songwriter is sharing in this particular passage is he's telling us that we can trust God. And he says that we can trust God because God is faithful. But he's also saying that trust God and God will give you what's on your heart. So that makes it seem like that God is at your beck and calling, but it's really not, because what God does is God places stuff on our hearts, and he places it on our hearts for us to bring it back to him so that he can, watch this, in turn give it to us based off of a heart that desires him. So that's why the songwriter says trust in the Lord. And if you trust him, I promise you he'll come through for you. God bless you. Enjoy your Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
And that was your Monday Java. Are you trusting in the Lord today, Jimmy?
I always trust in the Lord, by the way. I do actually. I can't pretend to know what's up.
Right.
That's not how I play. I don't think that he's a mean old white man up in the sky throwing lightning bolts at people I don't like. I think it's a much bigger proposition than that. And we live in a vast, cosmic, magnificent creation, and we are just, little specks of, stardust.
Yeah.
Kinda, making our way to the next destination. Just gotta trust.
I don't know if you've seen my lock screen, but it says, relax, you're a piece of dust on a floating rock.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And we all have to have faith, as my dad says, that eventually we will head towards his vision of heaven. By the way, he calls it the wintry shore, where we're on these boats and we're headed towards the shore in the depth of winter. But all the people that love us, who are waiting for us on the other side, light these big bonfires to welcome us home. I can get behind that. I kind of like that. If you can get behind that, make some comments on the Book of Face. Make some comments on the 2BU. By the way, yep. I'd rather get to the fact that it's National Water Park Day, but I got to hold off on that, and thanking our friends over at truckdown.com. To remind you guys at first that we've got a tale of two exemptions today. There is a discussion, by the way, of having a permanent exemption for livestock haulers. That's kind of groovy news. Here's ungroovy news. There's something kind of percolating in the halls of Congress that wants to give autonomous exemption for anything that the human factor is responsible for, which means that autonomous trucks might get exemptions from the hours of service. Au contraire, mon frère. Are we going to set up service and inspection stops for them on a regular basis? I'm just curious because here we go. Here we go. I know. I don't want to make anybody really angry, but come on, guys. I tell you what, you want to talk about a coalition of truckers and the safety folks, Madison? Just tell them that those automated trucks never have to stop. Go ahead and tell the soccer mom that the 80,000-pound dragon flying next to them doesn't have a kid on top of it living out his dreams.
Right.
Go ahead and tell them that they're just some monstrous thing. A train without rails is running alongside their children, and there's nobody in it, and it never has to stop. You want to see strange bedfellows? There's a thing called the Impossible Coalition, and it's when you have poor minorities, poor majorities, and students all get together. It's only been achieved in France and on rare occasions in certain cities. Let me tell you something, sister. Right now, you start talking about autonomous trucks just rolling at will across the highways and byways, watch what the soccer moms do. Those ladies can get really, really involved. By the way, Ed Garston was on just the other day. If you head on over to Transport Topics, they're actually covering the same story. The one that Ed told us about on Friday, the one that he wrote about before then, about Stevens & Son's aim to streamline deliveries with J.B. Hunt. You should check that out over there at Transport Topic. It's not Ed's, it's Kieran's. Women in Motion, by the way, spent some time in front of Congress really pushing for parking, really saying, now that you guys are thinking about doing this, you should really kind of double down and come through for us because the ladies really need parking as well. This is one of the things about diversity in its most positive way. When everybody plays, as Nick DeMeo likes to say, everybody wins. These ladies are causing, real headaches for a lot of those people up on the Hill, and I mean good kind of headaches, good kind of trouble, saying we all need parking. We need to be safer. We'll be tracking that. And Mark Schwemmer, a friend of the show, a regular contributor to Nemo Nation, he actually has a great editorial. When I say great, I simply mean great. It's well written, it's well reasoned, it's well logicked. Whether you agree with it or not is up to you to decide. Head on over there because, as he says, it is the debate that is not a debate. And he actually takes the driver shortage that some people say is in the industry, and he takes it head on, takes a real shot at it. By the way, a toothpaste spill shut down a road in North Carolina, and there is a cat, by the way, who is stealing underwear, whose name is Leonardo da Vinci. I'll get to all of that kind of groovy stuff in just a little bit here. I did tell you guys, though, that it is National Water Park Day. And here's the thing. When you break down on the side of the road, you can't go to Sturgis. You can't go to the water park. You just got to sit there and wait, unless you go to truckdown.com. They've been doing the gig since 1997. They've been hooking up maintenance providers with you, truckers, small businesses, fleets, 50 states, 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com, get yourself out of the ditch, and get yourself back on the road. By the way, Chowder says to you, Madison, I will try to remember that I'm just a piece of dust on a big rock. No, you're actually talking about Mount Rushmore and just kind of observing that. You're fine, Chowder. You're going to be fine. Get your butt to Sturgis. Go enjoy yourself. Little Roy Puryear says, howdy, everyone. Little Roy's checking in from Plymouth. Well, good to have you on board, man. Good to have everybody on board. Nice phone call, by the way, from our friend Diver Driver. Steve says, explain what's going on here. Has he seen the children yet? What am I looking at? Have you checked the children lately? What am I seeing here? Somebody needs to keep me informed on this stuff. Lots of folks are joining us this morning, both on the chat, on the Book of Face, and on the show. We're going to have Elizabeth Barna. Trucking Ray makes his first appearance, by the way. He's going to be talking about 3-Axle Coffee and why he thinks storytelling is so important. Also going to unpack his podcast. Speaking of podcasts, Chuck Snow, friend of Dean Croak, friend of mine, friend of the show. He's going to be making his first appearance on Nemo Nation, talking a little bit about Next Gen Trucking, also talking about his podcast, Rates and Lanes. Our friends from the Punjabi Trucking Association are going to make their way over. Lots of stuff to kind of dig in with them. Erica Denny's got some really important videos that people should check out, that people should actually, if they see, should repost them. From Colorado's Department of Transportation, Mondays always mean NACFE. They join us, at the end of the first half of the third hour of Nemo Nation. And look, guys, this is really cool. we are doing our first remote broadcast starting on Wednesday from Austin, Texas, which, by the way, is not as hot as the city of New Orleans, but in some ways is more brutal in its heat. You know what New Orleans has more of than Austin does, Madison? Trees. Trees. We've got lots of trees, and we've got lots of water surrounding this place, which tends to cool things off. Austin ain't got neither. Like, we got some trees. You don't have the canopy that we have. And speaking of that, our friend David Keeve is going to be here. He is the EDF Action President. He's going to be talking some tough environmental facts. The one thing I really want to dig into with him is to help you understand that both for your truck and for your home, insurance rates are directly affected by the stuff we're talking about today. And then Kevin Lindsay and the boys from Castrol are going to show up for an early edition. We have moved Maintenance Matters to today, and we have moved Trucking Tributes to today. I want to give a big shout out to my friend Tom Bray, who's out there. He says, good morning. Tara Garris, the turtle, who will be here for Breaker Talk Back. And we're going to be kind of unpacking what's going on at TXTA. That's the big thing we're going to be talking about this morning, what that remote broadcast is going to be all about, where we're going, how we're handling it. So tomorrow's show is interesting. I've put together a lineup. Lindsay and Tara have got to give me their imprimatur about which rebroadcast we're going to be doing. But the first half hour tomorrow of Road Gang Radio is going to be me live. Madison and I will be here live. I just feel like, it's like your first week actually producing the show, Madison, and everybody's going out of town and Dave is sick.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
all by my lonesome.
Welcome to the big leagues, my sister. That's the absolute
Don't screw
truth.
it up.
Yeah, but you're not going to screw it up. Or as I say, you are going to screw it up and pretty badly.
Right.
I just want to make this really clear. I told that to Lindsay when she did her first We Should Write. Her next one is this Wednesday. We're going to be talking to somebody we talked to last week in more depth. She's going to be talking, actually. I'm not going to be there except in, emotional support animal sort of way, which is what I am to some degree. We're going to get Tara on the phone here in a second, but we're going to be broadcasting live from Austin, from TXTA on Wednesday, which means tomorrow I will be in here for the first half hour. So please drop in. Drop in, give Madison a phone call in the morning. Tell her how much you like her. Tell her how much of a great job she's doing. Jump into the conversation. Be a part of the action. We want you to just, make the miracle happen, as we say. 615-292-6366. Don't forget, you can call during Breaker Talkback. Lots of people are listening. Our good friend, the Naz, Danny, Scat Pack's Garage and Trucking, says, hey all, hey man, good morning. And yes, Steve, Children of the Corn. There's a really funny Saturday Night Live sketch from the 70s, Children of the Cornflakes. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. Hashtag RGR. It stands for Road Gang Radio. It stands for Road Gang Resistance. It's also the acronym for
exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
And we are back with more Nemo Nation live on RadioNemo.com, iHeartRadio, Facebook, and YouTube. Jimmy Mack, take it away.
Nicely done, Madison, with the T. Speaking of T's, we got a turtle. We got a touchdown. We got the terrific Tara Garris is joining us for Breaker Back Talk. That means you can also join in the conversation at 615-292-6366. Our good friend Tom Bray is out there. He's lurking around Scat Pack's Garage and Trucking. Everybody's present. Everybody's having a good time. I'm having a good time. My friend Tara is here. What's going on, my sister?
Good morning. This is going to be a little fast-paced segment this morning because can you believe we're going to see each other again tomorrow? That's crazy.
I know, and it's nuts. I also figured something else out too, because you and I were having this heart attack yesterday, and and by the way, one I created. Total cop to it, guys. We had a little bit of an event here last week, and I'll tell you a funny moment about it, Tara. Brad Bentley passed me in the house as I was moving from house to house, making sure people were having a good time, making sure that things weren't running out, making sure that my poor aunt, who was supposed to drop off food and leave, and ended up having to kind of wrangle her grandson into becoming the server. Brad stopped and he goes, "Are you having a good time?" And I went, "Absolutely not." And he goes, "Are you happy?" And I went, "I sure am." And that's one of the things when you're entertaining guests, your job isn't to have a good time. Your job is to make sure everybody else does. In the midst of all of that, it just kind of drifted from my brain that I was supposed to put together some kind of lineup. And it really fell on me because normally Lindsay and I would do it together. The problem was, I don't know if you know this, you might have been there for it. Lindsay had a little bit of a show that she had to kind of focus on. Not only the shows that we were doing together, but her own show with her first guest to make sure that everything went to perfection. So in the midst of all the other stuff that I was doing, and also, not thinking about the fact that Dave would get sick and I would have all day Sunday as opposed to emceeing his show, actually prepping up and doing his show, I suddenly realized, holy moly, I didn't do all the stuff that has to get done to make sure that there's content available. You did get an email, didn't you?
I did. I saw that this morning.
And I also realized that I can literally have an Uber pick me up at like 7:45, 8 o'clock, and I get to the airport with plenty of time to catch essentially an 11 o'clock flight to get to Austin for TXTA, which makes the most sense to me, and I think it makes sense to you. I hope it does. You can push back on air. I get told I'm wrong all the time.
I'm going to push back right now. No. I think that's a great idea. You ride solo, first 30 minutes, kind of tee up the best of content. Madison's going to be taking the ride with you guys, so don't feel alone. You guys can still be dropping in the chat if you guys need anything. And we are going to be traveling. We don't love doing off-air, like pre-recorded, taped content. I think some people probably feel that way. They're like, oh, I'll just throw some stuff up there and they get to have the day off. But we love having you guys and being live and getting to talk to you guys every day. We don't like having taping days, but sometimes it's just needed. We have to travel, and it was just how it had to be this time. But it's for a great cause. We're going to be bringing you fresh live content right from like Austin, Texas, from the TXT Annual Conference. And we're excited to get you guys that fresh content, and just had to be that way this year.
Yeah, and I think you saw from the lineup that I put together for everybody listening out there is that you guys actually might want to check it out. You can also check it out on YouTube as well, too. But I think do you see the method to my madness, by the way? Given
100%.
Given the guests we got coming up, we do have some people that are going to be showing up. I wanted to set up Texas again, so we're probably going to have Seek Texas on, repeat that. Rolando Pujols is going to be joining us as well. His wonderful Americana road trip stuff. Wanted to kind of give people a sense of who he was once again before he comes in the live. There's a couple of choices that were musical guests that I kind of threw towards Lindsay, where she kind of ran the show, as was part of the design. Some great guests she talked to. I was thinking about dropping Tim Howells in again, but then I realized that would be a really great thing to play in between the show, between Road Gang Radio,
Yes.
and then doing and then setting us up for an Austin edition, which is really cool. Of We Should Write. Very excited. Very excited
I
about it.
am so excited. Like both of the first We Should Writes being in person and everyone being able to be there for it just feels like a rally in itself. And I'm so excited to do that once again with Lindsay on Wednesday. But we have a fire guest lineup for TXTA with who's joining us. Do you want to hear what we have in store, Jimmy?
Yeah, and I think our listeners would love to hear it too, to get a sense of why it is we're actually kind of doing canned content tomorrow, so that. And the other thing is to make this really clear, guys. In a normal situation, we would have done the show and then gone later in the day. It is our first remote broadcast under new conditions, and we just want to make sure we get everything right by getting everybody there early, so that when we do it, we can honor both our listeners and our friends at TXTA, John Esparza especially, but all the gals and guys there, to give them the kind of Texas show they have expectations of and have come to expect from us. Well, let it rip, Turtle. Tell people who's going to be on Wednesday.
Yes, so same time, Wednesday, Thursday, 7 to 11, but different place, Austin. But we're actually kind of flipping the script a little bit. We usually do the life and the living. We're kind of flipping it. From 7 to 9, we're going to be bringing you some fun Texas-themed content each day. And then 9 to 11 is the live coverage from TXTA's annual conference. And Wednesday, July the 30th, we have Vince Hanneman, creator of the Cathedral of Junk in Austin, Texas. I'm so excited about this. He's talking about his iconic 60-ton art installation made of junk. That I have to see pictures. I'm so ready for that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, and guys, if you haven't seen the Cathedral of Junk, all you have to do is type in that in quotes on the Googles. Just type in, quote, Cathedral of Junk, unquote. Do that, and when you see what Vince Hanneman has put together, it needs to be seen to be believed. I'm very excited about this, and it started off as something. And by the way, it ties into Mr. Poolhole. It ties into all that kind of groovy stuff. But go on.
Yes, it's kind of Ripley's Believe It or Not-esque, but we have French Smith coming on, organizer of Bat Fest. He's going to be sharing what to expect from this Austin tradition. And fun fact, he actually went to high school with Lindsay, so that's going to be an exciting one to have on.
Oh, I'm really excited about that, too. And by the way, we'll get the inside dirt. Guys, you want to listen to that because you're going to get a lot of inside dirt on what Lindsay was like in high school. By the way, spoiler alert, much the same, just wiser now. By the way, I got to tell you the funniest story, guys. My mom, because she and my dad came as in their 80s, they came looking great, coming in, big smiles. But my mom turned to me the next day and she said, Lindsay Lawler looked exactly like I thought she would. Because she's only heard Lindsay, seen a couple of pictures.
I love that.
But she's only heard her for the most part. And she said she was sometimes we hear people on the radio and they aren't who we expected. Dr. John's famous comment to me, you're a lot taller than I thought you could be, and I thought you'd have a lot more hair. Typical Dr. John stuff. But in Lindsay's case, my mom just said, that's a Lindsay. Before she even talked, my mom went, that's a Lindsay Lawler. And she'll get a chance.
Love that.
She'll get a chance to hang out with an old high school chum, and we will ask which means Lindsay's first We Should Write was done with a high school classmate of mine. And now Lindsay's going to be hanging out with a high school classmate of her. Lindsay's just going through people's high school. That's what she's doing.
She is. Flipping through the yearbook.
There you go. Okay. All right. Go on.
Okay. So on Wednesday from 9 to 11, we're going to have rapid fire TXTA guests. I'm going to run through them really quickly. We first have John Esparza, president of TXTA. He's actually, Jimmy, listen to this. He's celebrating 19 years at TXTA this year. That's a long time.
It's a long time, and it's also impressive because, when we had John was the first 30-minute guest we had on Nemo Nation. He was the first 30-minute guest. And, John's resume is incredibly impressive. John could go a lot of other places. If you see where John was before he got to TXTA, you could see that John is in demand in a lot of other places, and he chooses They choose him, and he chooses them, and it's been a great marriage between the both of them.
Agreed.
He is as good of an ambassador for the state of Texas as anybody I've ever met, and one of the most decent men in trucking. And as always, we love having him on. All right, who else?
Yes, we have next another John Craddock, chair of the TXTA Foundation. He's going to be talking about the foundation's scholarship programs and its main event. And then we have my favorite, sorry guys, Tyler Linnaeus, Business Development Manager at Lone Star Hazmat. He's going to be discussing the new user-friendly website that they have and spill response partnerships with TXTA. And Jimmy, take it away with Tyler. Tyler is a hoot.
Let me tell y'all something about Tyler. And a family issue prevented this from happening. But when we were going to Louisville, I said, you know what? Let's give him a call and see if he wants to call into the show. And by the time he and Tara were done talking on our way to Louisville, Kentucky, Madison, for the Middle American Trucking Show, on our way up there, he and Tara were working out the details where he would drive overnight from Texas and join us at the Airbnb. Now, a family issue came up at the last minute, but he is, I think, and you guys should listen to this cat and let me know what you think of him, because he was on once before. I think in many ways, he's the future of a lot of things in trucking. And so we're going to be paying attention to this cat. Who else we got?
We got Mark Rosler of ACME, Acme Truck Line, and he's going to be just an open conversation. I love when people give me their talking points. And they're like, I just want to talk about anything. It doesn't matter to me. I love Jimmy, love Dave, just want to talk about whatever. So everything industry related is on the table with Mark. And then we have Connor Swedberg. I'm so excited. I love Connor so much. Risk engineering specialist at Crum & Forster, sharing insights on cargo theft and future industry leadership.
Let me just make a real quick question about Mark Reisler first, which is really cool. I don't know if you guys know this, but Acme, this is really great. Acme is one of the few trucking companies that, no matter how AB5 shakes out in California, has an owner-operator model that allows you to continue to be an owner-operator while actually working in California without all the rigmarole and the hassle many people encounter. Second thing is, there's a real local connection. Acme's headquarters are in Gretna, Louisiana, right across the river. Right across the river.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, right across the river. It's not the city of New Orleans, but it is the city of New Orleans. It's like right next to the city of New Orleans, so it is the city of New Orleans. So yeah, Acme Trucking has its corporate headquarters here in the city of New Orleans. By the way, Ed Beachbum says, good morning to everyone from Oklahoma City, and good morning to you, Turtle. All right, continue.
Good morning, Beachbum.
And Connor, by the way, is a really big friend of the show and a real hip cat. Yes. Who is part of all those groovy young kids who are trying to basically take over TXTA with the permission from the older guys who can't wait to get the hell out of those leadership positions. They're like, fine.
I'm always excited to see what printed shirt Connor is wearing, what funky hat he's wearing. His style is great, especially for TXTA.
Yeah. Go. Who else we got?
We got Bo Brinson of Lone Star Truck Group talking truck market trends, added safety systems, and challenges within the insurance costs. And then we have our friends at Racetrack, who are actually one of our sponsors for this event, Nick LaFalce and Madison Letts, announcing Racetrack's 100th high-flow diesel store. And that's so exciting for them. And they're also offering exclusive Driver Appreciation Month perks, so you guys will get to learn all about that.
Yeah, and by the way, it's like one of those things too. I felt so good when I heard those Racetrack commercials. I know it made Dre really happy. And like I said, guys, we, when it comes to sponsors around here, you'll get people call and say they have a problem with this, have a problem with that sponsor. But one of the things I'm really proud of, and I learned this from Dave, is remember that we vet the people that sponsor us as much as they vet us. And that's the thing is like, Dave has built a really great reputation over 50 years. And it's, sometimes people show up and they want to do a little bit of, burnish my reputation. And sometimes you got to say no to money because you're like, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Wish you the best of luck in your business, but we can't stand for that kind of stuff. And that happens sometimes. Great to have folks like Racetrack making sure that we can make our way to TXTA and make this happen. Because, we've gone through a lot of changes in the last 14 weeks, in case you haven't noticed,
Yes.
and in the last 7 in particular. And, we made a commitment to these folks, and they made a commitment to us. And we had to do a double thing. We had to have a party last week, and it wasn't just because we wanted to have some fun. It was a way of showing the people who have invested in us that we're up to speed and ready to go. And as Jerry Bowers, our good friend Diver Driver, as Marshall Platter, as all of those guys suggested. Sorry, I'm turning this into a bit of a commercial hype up for Radio Nemo. We're ready to go. And I mean this, guys. And you heard Diver Driver say it. I mean it. If you want to come down here and you want to be interviewed on the show, you got to give us a heads up and a notice, and you got to wear some nice clothes. Most of you do anyway. Let us know, and we will welcome you with open arms. That was I think the coolest thing about the party, and I kept saying, God almighty, please don't just be a bunch of suits. And the fact that we had CDL holders all over the place and people still making a living on the road all over the place, that was the most important thing to me, because it gives you a sense of street cred. It's not just the suits. It's the people out there making a living. My only regret, like I said, was that Junker couldn't get the load to get down here. Next time, though, brother.
I know.
Heartbreaking.
It was a beautiful mixture of people, just everybody from all different backgrounds in every part of the trucking industry. It was so beautiful to see everyone come together for us. I mean, I know that sounds kind of conceited, but everyone came
not
for
conceited
us.
at all. It was moving.
It really was heartwarming. Yes.
It really was moving, and I have to tell you, we have some really great friends out there, and all these guys and gals that jump in the morning, and I'm still waiting for the Nobles to get here, but Steve and Scat Pack and Chowder and Beach Bum and Paranormal Pie Man and Joe J, who's always representing and always sharing the action for us, big part of the resistance, all of these guys making a difference. Little Roy Perrier is out there making the miracle happen as well. How was your weekend, by the way? It's weird having weekends, isn't it?
Oh, it is the strangest thing. If I hear from you on a weekend now, I get freaked out. I'm like, oh no, what happened? Is something bad? Because we used to talk all the time on weekends, because that was like part of your work week. You worked every single weekend. So now getting to hear from you, and it's just like a photo of like your nephews or something, it's so refreshing.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people have found my. I didn't get one to do one this weekend because I was actually kind of recovering from the week. But I usually do one posting of the weekend to remind people that I now have weekends off. And by the way, please do that, guys, all of you, whether you're Tom Bray or whether you're Little Roy. Guys, really make an effort to do that on your days off, because we got a good friend out there who points out very nicely that his Sundays are Mondays, or his Sundays, you get the idea. But really make an effort to share with people what your life is like on your social medias, just to give them a sense of that there is a life worth living. That's a big, important part of what we do here. Go on.
Okay, so moving on to Thursday, July the 31st, we're going to start out with Rolando Puchel, and he's going to be coming back at us, but for a different reason. We're going to be talking cool day trips and hidden Texas gems. So I'm really excited to kind of switch the conversation and see where that goes. And we have a feature segment with the Austin Toy Museum, tapping into nostalgia and showcasing a collector's paradise. I'm very excited to hear from them.
Yeah, and Rolando, by the way, is quickly becoming a really good friend of this show, and really kind of fits into the living, how we all go about making a life after we've actually earned our living, and really gets the gag too. His books are beautiful; they're well curated. His Substack is terrific. He's really worth a read, and he really kind of brings down the temperature while increasing the signal in your life. He's a terrific dude. We can't wait to see him as well. And on another note, really quickly, I know you heard Terry last week.
Yes.
I keep reminding people, please listen to the Terry Taylor segments, not just for the toys and the fun of all that. Terry has a lot of great advice for running a small business. If you're thinking about being an owner-operator, he can't tell you how to do fuel per mile. He can't do that. But what he can do is tell you where you should prioritize and what the most important things is. That cat's been in business now. He got through the pandemic. Remember this, he ran a toy store and got through the pandemic. So he knows a thing or two about running a small business as well. I'm really excited about those folks. What else is going on the last day?
Okay, so John Wolfe, Texas Country Artist. I know Lindsay's so excited about this, bringing some twang and special music spotlight. That's still in the first 2 hours. But then we're going to be switching gears for the last 2 hours of the show, 9 to 11, TXTA guests. So are you ready? Rapid fire.
Here we go.
Jerry Maldonado, Warren Transport, is going to be talking permits, bridge expansion, and freight market trends. Kevin Matthews from Geno Transport is on. He's going to be talking about tort reform, safety technology, how AI is shaking up trucking. We just talked to Jane Jezreeli about AI and how it's shaking up in trucking, so I'm excited to kind of see other people's perspective on that topic as well. Mario Sanchez-Laura of Cummins is going to be touching on innovations in private carrier trends. Carl Mason of Bridgestone Tire is going to be talking tire partnerships with TXTA and premium product launches. David Sirac is going to be talking about sharing best practices in safety tech and lawsuit protection. He is from Chalk Mountain Services. Stacey Elms, who you know very well, we've had on before at TXTA, is the Director of Risk Management and is going to be discussing TXTA scholarship fundraisers and CDL enforcement issues. And last but not least, or no, actually we have one more, I'm sorry. Lance Gordon and Justin Frey from Terrier Transportation is going to be tackling industry lawsuits, insurance struggles, and regulatory barriers for small fleets. Now, last but not least, our other sponsor, Great West Casualty Company, who was actually a sponsor last year as well. We love them so much. Heather Morrell is going to be talking about 65 plus years of trucking insurance experience and around the clock support for motor carriers. So that was a mouthful because we have a lot of people coming on. We had to just book. There were so many people to get on, so many different conversations to be had at TXTA this year again. And we are so excited to be covering this event again.
Yeah, and very excited too. And I want to remind people that amidst all the fun, most of the money that is raised over the course of those 2 days is actually focused on getting people educated in the supply chain. But it's also there for everybody. That literally TXTA has created a scholarship fund that allows a lot of people to kind of continue their studies, allows people to go to colleges, allows people to go to trade schools. There's a lot of groovy stuff going on, a lot of really generous people. We got some great friends over there that I can't wait to see. And the auction in and of itself is one of the grand. I got to tell you, at some point when Madison comes with us next year, and we'll be back at TXTA after this one, Madison has got to see that auction. That is something else,
Yes.
isn't it?
The auctioneers in the sparkly red dresses. It's so much fun. It is a crazy, chaotic, and loud room, and in the best way possible. But yes, it is such a fun event. I'm so excited to have a lot more of the Nemo team here with us in Austin. It was just you and I last year, Jimmy. And while that's fun, having more, the more the merrier. I'm so excited to have everyone coming along.
Very excited about it, by the way. And we're all wishing Dave a quick recovery. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it. But Lindsay and I will be there. You will be there. Our good friend Nick DeMeo will be there. Is Donna Dew coming? What's the final word on
I
that?
don't believe so. Not this year.
Okay. So it's a quartet. It's a quartet.
Yes.
I kind of
Yes.
like it. I'm excited to be a part of the team. By the way, we're supposed to only go for a few minutes here. It's going to be a quick one, and look at that, it's 7:52.
Oh, you said it.
I'm going to let you hit the bricks and tell your story walking, because you got a lot of content to put together for tomorrow, and I got a show to plan at least for 30 minutes. Get going.
I will tell you, I have 17 YouTube videos currently in the queue on the YouTube channel uploading right now. So just know, guys, you're about to be hit with a brickload of content, okay?
Okay, listen up too, guys. By the way, since Tara is here, a quick reminder, please, over the course of the week, over the course of these shows, on the Book of Face, on the Tube of You, any place where we post social media, give us your actual thoughts, and even your tough ones. Anybody that's heard this segment knows that Tara has come at Dave and I with some tough stuff. And we have no problem with that. We want to hear what people are saying. Jump into the comment sections on the reposted segments. We want to hear from you. Be a part of the conversation. End up on Breaker Talkback. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great one. Be safe out there.
By the way, we want to thank our friends at ShadyRays.com. We're going to have to wear them over in Austin, Texas, because, man, it is blazing hot these days. We'll be talking to David Keeve about the effects of the weather and all the kind of, the hurricanes and the flooding that we've been dealing with over the last couple of years, and what kind of impact that's going to have, not just on insurance rates on the home, but insurance rates on the truck. All of that stuff applies, and that's going to be part of a very lengthy conversation. Not lengthy, but the lengthiest conversation that we're going to have. Don't forget, we're also moving Maintenance Matters into the framework for the last hour of the show, and we'll have trucking tributes there as well. By the way, our good friend Scat Pack reminds us all that he loves the remotes. I love having you there for the remotes, by the way. I always love Steve Ralston shows up. Brett Klepper of Driver's Legal Plan. Steve, by the way, is the guy who does all the safety stuff over at Ashley Furniture, and he has just sat down and joined us. Okay, this is interesting what's going on here right now, Madison, because I don't know if you know this. I haven't done it this year as much. I travel so much, Madison, that I used to travel so much that I usually hit my points necessary to get back to A+ status on Southwest by the midpoint of the year.
Wow.
And we used to do a lot of traveling. Part of the strategy behind it was we didn't have a studio that we could really call home. It was out in the sticks in Ocean Springs. Nobody could get there except for the ensconced fortress out there of those folks. So we did that. We have a studio now, which means we don't always have to put our best foot forward all around the country, which means we can be more selective. But if you ever want us to travel to you, if you've ever got people that are willing to kind of sponsor us, not you, people I'm talking to, but if there's a group or an organization that wants to kind of let us come there and do our thing, don't hesitate. Go to weekends@radionemo.com. Let us know you'd like us to come someplace, whether it's Sturgis, whether it is a truck show in Biloxi like they had. By the way, Courtney George and Tony Justice were over there. She told me it was a terrific truck show in Biloxi. If you got a chance to go there, let me know. Okay, let me get down to brass tacks here because we got a lot of guests coming your way. As a matter of fact, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can go on for a while. We got lots of guests. Chris Kaplis is going to be joining us. He is Dr. Chris Kaplis is the Silver Family Research Fellow, Senior Research Scientist at MIT, Executive Director of the Center for Transportation and Logistics, Director of MIT's MicroMaster Program in Supply Chain Management, Founder and Director of MIT's Freight Lab, and Chief Scientist for DAT Freight and Analytics. Well, good gosh almighty, I wonder who sent him our way. You can see a picture of him, the guy that sent him our way, on the Facebook page. You can see a picture I posted on LinkedIn. I'll be posting more pictures in the Book of Face. Guys, thanks for taking the ride with us this morning. Dave is not well. If you're joining us, he got the vid. I did not get the vid. Madison did not get the vid. I think Nick may have gotten the vid. I'm going to pick on a little DeMeo there. You got a little bit of the streptococca of the lower coccyraccus. Paranormal Pie Man says, there is no thoughts in my head, just driving and breathing. Dustin Keene gives a big old shout out to Touchdown Tara the Turtle with turtles galore. Bruce Almighty says, headed to the Mart of Wall in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Don't take a wrong turn, by the way. Yeah. I'm with you, Scat Pack. You need to make more remotes. I enjoyed your company over at the driver's lounge, and I enjoy your company all the time. And by the way, what are you working on now, Scat Pack, in regards to your newfangled and old-fangled automobiles and trucks and all the other kind of groovy stuff? You got a little Night Rider going on these days? Just kind of curious. Just want to know. Like I said, guys, full docket. Chuck Snow is going to be here. Erica Denny's going to be here. David Keeve, our friend Kevin Lindsay is going to be here with Castrol Oil. Lots of good stuff headed your way. Today is National Water Park Day. Do you have a favorite water park? Madison with a T. Do you? Do you? Do you?
Have you ever been to Blue Bayou in Baton Rouge?
Yeah, I have, actually.
I grew up going to that one. It's kind of falling apart now.
In the old days, my only problem, the one in Denham Springs I like better because just like the one in Atlanta, it was treed off. The Dollywood is the same way; it's treed off. The Six Flags Hurricane Bay in California is great because you don't see the parking lot, and at the top you see the mountains in the distance. My problem with Blue Bayou is I just always get creeped out sliding down a water slide where I can see the I-10. I just have a problem with that. We got to take a quick break here, guys. We're going to come back on the other side of this. Nemo Nation kicks into high gear with its rapid fire guest and what you need to know and where you need to go. We'll be right back after these messages with Chris Kaplis.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. the ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Back to the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation. Let's rejoin Jimmy and see what's going on here.
Well, I gave you his bona fides before we actually hit the break, but a quick summation would not be a bad idea at all. Along with being the chief scientist for DAT Freight and Analytics and the founder and director of MIT's Freight Lab, he's also the director of MIT's MicroMasters Program in Supply Chain Management, the executive director of the Center for Transportation and Logistics. He's a senior research scientist at MIT, and Dr. Chris Kaplis is a Silver Family Research Fellow. It is our pleasure to welcome him here this morning. I know you're a friend of Dean Croak, and I'm just thrilled to have you here. How you doing, Dr. Chris?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks so much. Please just call me Chris. No one needs to call me doctor except my wife.
Oh, yeah, by the way, that's how I feel about my situation, too. Let's talk let's just kind of jump in here. We've only got about 10 minutes. We do these in rapid-fire fashion, and I promise you, given the quality of your work, we're going to bring you back on for a full 30 later on, if you'll have us. But talk to me a little bit about where we are with the state of the TL market.
Yeah, so you can break it down. I'll focus mainly on dry van and temp control because that's the lion's share. Flatbed's its own story. But, we've all went through the pandemic cycle. March 2020, it bottomed out, peaked in 2022 spring, dropped in 23 in the fall. But since then, it's been flat. We've been in this trough for a good year and a half, almost 2 years now, at both temp control and dry van. If you look at the rates, the new rates coming in, the spot rates have been bouncing around, but the contract rates, which is the lion's share here, have been flat. So we've been waiting for something to happen. And so I work with a lot of shippers, and for the last 2 years, they've been caught crying wolf because we thought the market would turn. Everyone had high expectations in December of last year that when Trump came in, we'd see the economy boom, and then the tariffs started hitting, and it kind of dampened things. We really thought the consensus was end of Q1 2025, beginning of Q2, market would tighten and things would go back. But it really hasn't been that way. So I think that the overall arching, environment we've been in has been a trough for the last 18 to 24 months.
And I wanted to kind of follow up with another question about that in the sense that this flatness, rather than a complete nosedive, rather than a V-shaped recession, a la what happened in Reagan's first year and a half in office, when Paul Volcker decided we need to all suffer a little bit more. This is different because it seems to me, and please, you're the expert, correct me, that so much of what is happening right now is a holding pattern of uncertainty. Is that a fair assessment of what's going on?
I agree 100%. And you talk to any shipper, anyone has to deal with these tariffs. It's not the setting of the tariffs by themselves. If the tariffs were set and we know they'd be there for the next 18, 24, 36 months, that's one thing. But the fact that they change back and forth and get repealed and rolled out, by my count, there was a new tariff policy change since January 20th, every 9 days. Every 9 days. There have been over 20 tariff actions. And we just had one over the weekend. Suddenly we're the EU, we're at 15%. So I'm with you 100%. It's uncertainty and variability that kills us. It's not the absolute tariff amount.
And the other follow up to the uncertainty is we can't even. Okay, so sometimes people are in the middle of a negotiation, whether it's
Right.
in Congress, whether it's with foreign powers, all of that kind of stuff. But there's a sense of we know which shape it will ultimately take, so we can begin to plan for, if not the specifics, the shape. The problem, it seems to me, is that we don't even know the shape of the thing.
You know what? I agree with you, but to a point, I think we're starting to see it. People were more freaked out in March and April because we didn't know what was happening. We didn't see the game plan, but we've seen the game plan play out. It's just negotiation patterns. And so we see this pattern going, and it's not, you've heard the phrase taco, right? Trump always chickens out. I don't think that's accurate. I think he treats this like a negotiation. Come in hard, see what concessions you can get, then you settle out. I think we've become desensitized to this, and we've seen the patterns to it. But to an earlier point you said about the V, you're right. We haven't been in a free fall since 2022. We've been in a holding pattern since then. And I think it's 100% what you said. So much uncertainty. People aren't making the investments. I agree with you 100%.
And the other thing, and I go back to that V because I mentioned Mr. Volcker, the idea that people these days talk about interest rates being too high or interest rates being too low. The old joke is the idea that Paul Volcker in 1982 decided that we'd suffered enough and dropped it from 17% to 7%, and a cry went up around the country that it was morning in America. Even the Federal Reserve can't act because it's not going to act because depending upon the size and scope of the tariffs, that is going to affect how they're going to try to affect monetary policy. So everything is in holding pattern, not just the private sector, but the government sector. So many other mechanisms of government are like, we're not doing anything until we know the final thing. But from what you're saying, which by the way is the first hopeful thing I've heard in a while, it sounds like they may get, if they're getting the shape of it as well, they may have some more definitive plans about what might happen next. Where are they headed?
So I think we're talking in the same ballpark for where we're looking. But from the shipper's perspective, I think it's funny. It's not like the shippers I talk to are not trying to totally squeeze down the carriers. And what they're really doing is they're more concerned, as I talk with them, about carrier survivability than they are about, saving some money off their transportation budget. Because they've recouped over the last couple of years. So I think with the big sea change that I've seen in the last 18, 24 months is shippers are now more concerned with carrier survivability and those kind of things to get through this uncertainty. Because if you look at it, the compound annual growth rate of truckload rates for the last 2 years, that's actually 10 years if you go all the way back, is less than 2.4%. That's way below the rate of inflation. So the carriers are suffering. And so I think you're seeing more shippers focusing on that, going more asset-based and trying to make sure that their carrier base, their capacity is secure going forward. I don't know if I exactly answered your question.
No, you did. You did, because that's the idea, too, is the fact that a lot of people don't understand that, one of the things about a holding pattern, and this goes right down to the micro, and the idea that an individual carrier or a small business often will hold on to a truck driver even though they can't, quote unquote, afford them in the moment, because if there is a rebound or stability arrives in the marketplace, what you don't want to be doing is having to go find new people to drive for you. I mean, all of those kind of decisions. And it sounds like with people getting a sense of the shape of things, Chris, that there might be the beginnings of a way forward. Okay. So where is all this heading is my first question. And then once we get through that, I want you to point people to what they can look at to kind of get a sense of where they should go next. But when does that final movement up? When does the stagnation, the stagnant moment become something mobile? Is that the second quarter of next year, the first quarter of next year? Where's our destination?
Yeah, so here's the thing. It's been a slow recovery. One of the things we look at here at DAT is the new rate differential, and that's where we see from shippers new contract rates coming in and how they compare to the rates they replaced. We can actually look at that. And that, bottomed out in 23 at negative 10% because shippers were looking to recoup all the the money they had to pay for getting capacity during the pandemic. But it's been in a steady climb now, and it's hitting around 0 plus or minus 2%. So we're not seeing shippers are really hammering and getting a lot of money out. They're really more concerned about keeping that capacity. So we're seeing it recover slowly. It's not showing up in the overall market, but we're finding more and more there is a recovery happening. It's just slow. I will say that through the end of this year, I don't see spot versus contract rates. If we look at those two, spot has been below contract for 2.5 years now, 3 years. I don't see that flipping to the end of the year. Spot is still, it's bouncing up and down. We saw 4th of July bump. We see bumps every now and again, but it's not sustaining. So my guess would be Q1 2026, maybe beginning of Q2. It really depends on how the economy continues to bubble along.
Yeah, and we're almost out of time here. But in some ways, you can make a case that this resembles not so much that bounce from the early '80s, but that long, slow slog. Not at the same kind of depth of problem, but that long slog out of the Obama situation, where it just one day you finally woke up and said, "Oh, I can suddenly feel the weight off my chest. It just took 4 years to get here." Is that fair?
Yes, I think so. It's not. We look at this all the time. What is going to cause a sudden shock? A demand increase. That's what caused the pandemic cycle. All the demand. We all started ordering stuff at home. I don't see that happening. I see it's a steadily bubbling up. Economy's getting better. People are getting more optimistic. Customer sentiment increased finally. So I think it's happening, but I think you're right. It'll be a gradual improvement. It won't be I don't see a sudden spike happening.
Really quickly, and I got about 30 seconds here. Where can people go to check out more of your work? Where would you recommend people go to kind of follow all this stuff as it plays itself out?
You get Dean on, so always listen to Dean. Dean Croak's an expert. You can always go to DAT, our website. We always publish these things, and you can always just Google me for MIT for my research that I do there. The research I do up at MIT is a little more longer looking. The stuff I do that's more temporal right now, what's happening, that's more with DAT. And so just keep talking to Dean. He's the man. He knows what's going on.
We have a really good time. He is a frequent and regular contributor here. Chris Kaplis has joined us this morning. We can't thank you enough. I'm going to call you Doc. Okay, how about that? How about Doc? How about Doc Kaplis?
If you have to.
You
have to.
Thank you, my friend.
Right.
I can't wait to get you
Thank
back.
you.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Take care.
Don't forget, guys, by the way, this is all brought to you by truckdown.com. Go to truckdown.com. Get yourself out of the ditch. They've been pulling people out of it since 1997, making sure that maintenance providers find their way to you, the truckers who actually make America move. 50 states, 8 of the provinces. They've been doing that gig for over 30 years, actually approaching 30 years. Nemo Nation continues with another good friend of the show. And I swear, Madison, if I tried to read people's bios from point to point, it would take up their entire segment. So I will keep this short and honorable. Elizabeth Barna is incredibly respected in the trucking and logistics industry. She has over 35 years of involvement, and I mean involvement. In 2023, she founded EAB Strategies, LLC, a transportation and logistics consulting business where she brings her expertise and passion to storytelling, strategic communications, marketing, relationships building, professional driver and employee retention, and leadership development. In other words, Elizabeth gathers all the information, all that data, all those bits and pieces, and fastens them into one great coherent story about the men and women who actually make America move. And she has been a great friend to Dave Nemo and to everyone here at Nemo Nation. Good morning to you, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack. How are you?
I'm good. It's Dave that's got the COVID. But me,
I heard that.
I'm doing just fine. He's okay. I talked to him yesterday, and he was like, maybe I should just come in for a little bit. And I went, you out of your mind? I'm like, what are you, crazy?
No.
I said, get on the chat. Go chat to people. I said, we have this new format now. You can just jump in and say hey at some point. I said, get your rest, get your fluids. He's hanging in there. How are you?
I am good. I'm so sorry I missed last week. I already had something planned, and I just I was thinking about you guys, and I heard it was a blast.
It was, and here's more good news. We're going to have about 3 of them a year. The next one is going to be
good.
more music-driven, where Lindsay has come up with an idea called Nashville to NOLA, where she's going to bring down a bunch of Nashville artists. I've got some contacts, some that she's made as well here, and we're going to do these mix and mashups of these musicians from both cities and kind of combine their styles. And then next year, do the same thing, but up in Nashville and bring the NOLA artists. So you got to be. We'll let
Oh,
you.
that sounds great.
We'll keep you in the loop on that. So what is going on out there? What have you been looking at? What you've been scheming? What you've been dreaming? And what you've been seeing?
Oh my goodness, there's a lot going on out there. I'm excited though. First, I heard you guys are going to the Texas meeting, one of my very favorite meetings. So you should have a good time. Bid on a lot of things at the auction. That's always great fun too.
Madness. It's madness. Those big handlebar mustache guys in the boots running around and pointing at people while the women in the sequin dresses have even louder voices. It's amazing. I love it.
I just love it. That's right. They have the one thing I did want to just mention is they have a great Emerging Leaders Council, and you see those are popping up throughout the states and throughout all associations. You know, I had started the one at ATA, the Lead ATA program. Texas has the Emerging Leaders Council, and they've got a great one there. Theirs has been going on for probably, I'd say, close to 10 years, if not more. And they're very active at that foundation dinner as well. So look out for them. But I just started one with the National Industrial Transportation League, the Knit League folks. Those are the shippers. So those are, we're starting to get the younger generation, the newer generation into the trucking industry, into the shipping and logistics industry. And I think that's really important. ATA just announced that Dan Horvath is the new Chief Operating Officer over at ATA, and he is a Lead ATA graduate. He was under in one of the classes that we had when I was at ATA, and so congratulations to Dan. Also a Pennsylvanian. So, you know, good friend of mine too, but, it is fun to see that, you know, lead or that emerging leader class is starting to show up in positions now that are going to be coming, you know, the true future of the industry. And so I think that's important. Dan also, is a CDL holder, for those drivers listening out there, which I think is really important when you're talking about trucking.
It's interesting, too, because Connor Friedberg is going to be one of the people joining us over in our time in Austin, and he actually got his start at TXTA through their leadership, through their emerging leadership program. And that's the truth of the matter, right? I mean, that is such a big thing is that, you know, a lot of people, and I'm not going to name any specific people, but over the last decade or so, we've had a problem with, you know, not you and me, because we're still youngsters at heart. A lot of people, a lot of geezers in golf pants, you know, what is it? My friend calls it founder syndrome, where they won't give way to the next generation. And I always tell people, if you don't give way to the next generation, you might not like the next generation that shows up to take it from you. You might want to actually cultivate people who can take over and continue the traditions that you began. And that program that you started, those programs that you kind of run, that's what it's about. It's about setting up that no one is indispensable, that, you know, we don't have the problem of the indispensable man or the indispensable woman, right?
Absolutely. And I think taking them, you know, mentoring them, teaching them sort of the tricks of the trade, and you can even take that down to the, you know, a different level as well as, you know, the driver, the professional driver level. You know, when you bring in the younger driver, you know, or your son or your daughter, and teaching them as well, you know, it's the same thing. It is in any industry or any type of job you have, you know, bringing in a younger generation or emerging leader there. You've got to teach them because they've got new ideas too, and the ones that I'm learning from in the shipper industry with these new this is their first group, but they are I'm like, wow, they're brilliant, you know, but they have some really good ideas and people are listening to them. You know, the generation that's getting ready to retire, they're like, wow, why didn't we think of that? No, they didn't think of it because the technology wasn't there or things like that. But, you know, putting both of that minds together can really come out with some really good results.
I love the fact that and I had the same thought. I love the fact for our friends out there listening who own small trucking companies or even just one or two trucks who do I pass this on to? And by the way, the greatest thing about the American experiment is that most countries, up until this country existed, didn't know how to hand over executive power. We didn't know how to do it. I mean, the world didn't know how to
Right.
do it, and America shows up and said, "Here's an idea. You get to go away." We basically we sunset you. We say that's enough, and you get to go away. And it's prevented nepo babies. It's prevented a lot of that stuff from happening here. And it's really kind of groovy, the idea that a lot of our friends listening to these models can apply them to actually being truckers. Train the next person. Make sure they follow the patterns of success that you followed, and then be open to their ideas when they get their hands on the new technology that you may not actually be able to figure out. I mean, it really is a
Ab-
collaboration, right?
Absolutely. It really is. And you look at, all the new technology in the trucks now or the platforms that are coming out, for, say, the safety or for the operations folks. Um, just even over the past 2 or 3 years, the advancements that they have made is really, with AI and everything else, is really remarkable. And the efficiencies that can come from that has been really helpful. I was at a conference recently where they said, AI has taken away, say 120,000 jobs, and everybody was like, "Whoa!" But it has also created like 210,000 jobs. So they may take away some of the manual jobs, but it's created, additional thinking jobs or additional creativity jobs and things like that. So, you have to always listen to what's next. And I think that's also true in turning over the next leaf or the next power is, mentor, learn from the mentee, but also give your, experience, advice, and what you have learned over the years, and just make us better.
I will give Dave your best wishes, by the way. Really quickly about EAB Strategies LLC. They provide communications and marketing expertise to transportation and logistics companies, as well as program development for companies seeking to grow their brand and image. There's a lot more in there. Elizabeth, where can they find out more about you?
You can just Google me, Elizabeth Barna, or go to my LinkedIn page.
We love having you on. I will tell Dave you said hello, and I will tell
Yep.
him you said to get better. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Great. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Um,
Stay safe.
Thank you so much, by the way, Elizabeth Barna, everybody. We continue here on Nemo Nation. Fast and Furious, Rapid Fire. Alan Hodges is who we're going to be talking to. Really quickly, before we bring on Alan, who is, of course, the president and CEO of the Idaho Trucking Association, big congratulations to Ichiro Suzuki, who, along with the too soon deceased Dave Parker, was inducted into the Hall of Fame with CC Sabathia and Billy Wagner. Congratulations to all of them, by the way. Mike Trout, by the way, yesterday got his 1,000th RBI. Speaking of milestones, Alan joins us, by the way, and we're so thrilled to have you. Dave, as you probably heard, is a bit under the weather. We told him you walk into this studio with COVID, and I'm never talking to you again, and I'm going to tell your daughter not to talk to you again. Hey, Alan, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
Let's just kind of dig in here too. Let's start off by talking about your association. You can go to it's Idaho Trucking, but it's idtrucking.org. You can find them on Facebook as well at the Idaho Trucking Association. All just one big word. Let's talk a little bit about your organization, who you represent, who you stand for, and then we'll talk about what's going on over in your neck of the woods.
We represent anybody from an owner-operator all the way up to carriers with over 300 trucks in Idaho. Most of them are over-the-road trucks. We're a smaller state association. We participate in advocating both at the state level and the local level.
And by the way, so you guys right now are dealing with a couple of issues that are kind of that are pertaining both to Idaho and to the nation at large. Can you talk a little bit about the inspection of motor carriers? Let's start there and what you guys are dealing with up there.
Well, Idaho is unique. It's grandfathered in, and from what we understand, it's related to MISCAP funding. A dump truck in Idaho, if you do not cross state lines, if you stay strictly intrastate, you're exempt from hours of service and safety inspections roadside.
And okay, so let's go on to the next issue then, certification of repair.
not applicable in Idaho on those trucks. They're exempt.
And by the way, so this was grandfathered in and this is carved out. Is there a particular, is this just simply an exemption, or is there a particular reason? Because often the exemptions exist because, the livestock exemption nationwide, they're talking about simply removing it, making a complete suspension, a complete exemption for livestock haulers. Is there a particular reason why Idaho has this carve out, or is it simply a grandfather?
Well, it's grandfathered in, but it's interesting. I did a lot of research a year ago on this issue because of all our growth in our state and all these dump trucks and on construction sites. And it was very interesting. The original carve-out did not use the word safety or at all. This was pre-drug inspection for drivers, pre a lot of things. We're talking, I think, 1980 or 81. What the state legislators did is they had rates and regulations on the routes and their prices back then, and that's what they cut, and it turned into a safety exemption over the years.
I want to talk a little bit about you, Alan, by the way, because I want to give people a sense of your bona fides, because you actually have, there's a lot of people who will work in trucking who work in one aspect of it. There are not a lot of people who end up in your position who actually have worked the entire supply chain. You can make a case that you've done that. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
My trucking background started when I was in high school. I was washing log trucks in Washington State every day after school. And then I became self-employed, and I always either owned a dump truck myself or for my small excavation business, or I've also worked and managed supervising crews in sawmills, and I would sometimes jump in a truck to go deliver a load of chips if the other drivers were backed up and stuff. So I've always been around trucks my entire life.
And we were just talking with Elizabeth Barna, of course, who's been a longtime friend of the show, about mentorship and mentees and all that kind of stuff. And let me ask you something. When you were getting around the trucks, do you remember who your first mentors were? And did that, in fact, were you able to use the examples they gave you to become a mentor to others?
Yeah, no, it was interesting back then. I'll probably end up showing my age. You did not have to go take a CDL test or anything really back then. When I turned 18, my supervisor signed a letter for the state and I got a CDL. But I did ride with some log truck drivers and practice and stuff and about safety and everything. And it's really interesting the way it's changed over the years, the technology. But which relates to, I don't know if you're aware, but we also have that truck simulator that we take to high schools. We've done over 3,000 students so far in the last few years, introducing high school students to trucking.
That's a big thing, too, because with the growth of the simulators, I actually think, I don't know if you know this, but on this show, we actually have a number of truck drivers who also spend their time playing American Truck Simulator online and have followings on TikTok and a whole bunch of other things. They're also truck drivers as well. But I was wondering, do you feel like the simulators in your neck of the woods are actually going to help you guys actually get more young people into trucking after years of struggling to kind of get them there? It feels like there's a window that these simulators have opened up, giving these kids love of video games and online stuff and learning things that way. Do you feel like the simulators and the hours that people are beginning to accumulate are going to bode well for the trucking industry in Idaho?
I believe so, because unfortunately, our high school system for decades has trained them, you got to go to a four-year college. And we've been realizing a lot of school counselors have begged us to come out, and we're showing students that, hey, you can still stay in your small hometown if you want, drive a truck and make good money. And they get excited over the simulator. We've even had stories where a student was struggling in school, both socially and grade-wise, and we rolled up with that simulator, and that's all that student talks about now is, when is it coming back? And I want to, as soon as I turn 18, get my CDL.
I'll tell you this too. One of the things I've discovered is that when somebody is not doing well in their English classes and they suddenly discover a love of either becoming a mechanic or a truck driver, many of them suddenly do much better in English when they realize they've got to be able to write a work order. And when you can actually connect the thing that you have a passion for to everything else in school, it's amazing how much better you do. I cannot believe this. We're out of time. In case you guys don't know, Alan Hodges, who actually is the president and CEO over at the Idaho Trucking Association, joins us this morning. He has served as president and CEO for those guys, where he advocates for the industry, drives policy, and champions the needs of Idaho's trucking professional. Thank you so much, my friend. We're going to get you back on. We can talk longer about all the other groovy stuff that's going on in your state. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
You got it. Guys, go to idtrucking.org. I get why Dave gets flustered here. This is fast and furious. We'll take a quick break here, come back on the other side, and talk to somebody who loves storytelling, Truckin' Ray. We'll be back on the other side of this break. It is hashtag RGR. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. And go to shadyrays.com and be cool.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live and rolling once again. This is Nemo Nation on RadioNemo.com and beyond. Remind me, Jimmy, where were we?
We were actually at the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, where I can actually see the 2 chalkboards that you have illustrated. One is behind me, one is in front of me. Fastport Studio. The other one is a really wonderful picture of a personified radio. That's a radio that actually has human qualities, and it says Fastport Studios as well. By the way, they solve America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research. They do it through technology, of course, but most importantly, like our friends Dave Harrison and Gina Mullinax and Brad Bentley, they do it through people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Our good friends are out there in the form of Marty Ellis, Mr. OIDA himself. Mr. OOIDA says, good morning, Nemo Nation. Good morning to you as well. Little Roy, thanks for taking the ride with us. Go be safe out there. He's headed for Omaha and then down to Kansas City. And Marshall says, Dave's got COVID. That must be what I have. Started getting sick Friday after the party. Well, I think I'm free and clear. I got tested. I'm good to go. I've also got the constitution of a gullible. You get see that gullible? Yeah. Okay, that's enough of that nonsense. I'm really excited about our next guest, Madison, because he has one of the same obsessions I have. The importance of telling stories. Trucking Ray Lampkins joins us. Guys, you can find him on at That Delivered Show on the Tube of You. You can find him on the link that is in on That's Delivered podcast. That's -S-Delivered podcast. It's our pleasure to welcome him. Good morning to you, Trucking Ray. Welcome to your first appearance on Nemo Nation. Hopefully it won't be the last. How are you?
No, man, that's awesome. Thanks for the intro. I really appreciate it. And a big shout out to you guys at Radio Nemo. Man, you guys are doing big things. I really appreciate the switch that you guys are doing and trying to get people involved and also spreading the message about trucking, man. I think you guys are doing an awesome, amazing job.
Thank you so much, my friend. And by the way, that's one of your great passions. Before we get to the That's Delivered podcast, and like I said, you and I have a similar obsession with, I think if you can't tell the story, then you are losing a lot of opportunities to both get your own brand out there, but also to remind people what it is that trucking does. But let's talk about Three Axle Coffee for a second. I want to talk about what it is. Tell us about it. I think a lot of our friends would love to hear this.
Oh, man, yeah. Three Axle Coffee. It was built by drivers, for drivers. It's real simple. I love coffee. It's always been a part of my life. It seems to be a great combo, trucking and coffee. It helps bring people together. So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we had a product that people can enjoy, not only, while they're telling stories, they can also enjoy a cup of coffee together. I think it's a good people, a crowd pleaser.
Well, it's funny, too. I don't know if you know this, but when you come down here to New Orleans, and you should come down here and join us in the studio at some point, and Madison will back me up here, there are 5 coffee shops within walking distance of this studio. One is run by some crazy Italians. One is run by some beatnik hippies up the way. Go ahead, Madison.
I was also a barista all throughout college, up until very recently when I got this pretty cool gig. So I also love coffee and know about all things coffee. I worked in a couple specialty shops, and I got my certificate as like a level 2 barista with the guild, the Baristas Guild or whatever.
And remind me, by the way, to send you both pictures of my friend Kyle, who is a champion winner coffee barista, by the way, does consulting for that. Okay, that's enough coffee. We can talk coffee all morning with our friend, but we're going to talk trucking here. Tell people, by the way, and it's really fun, tell people about the That's Delivered podcast, where they can find it. I've already given some details there, but what you guys kind of dig into, what you talk about. Like I said, guys, this is really groovy stuff.
Awesome. Hey, thank you. That's Delivered podcast got started by, telling stories. During the COVID era, I listened to people tell their stories. There was a lot of, stuff going on. I listened to the radio, and I just loved hearing their stories. And it also helped inspire me to get through the day. And I said, well, we got to keep that going. We can't stop. I want to hear more. I said, what about these people that are out here delivering all of the goods? And you see the effort that's being done. You're sitting at home worried about COVID, and then you go make your delivery, and an older lady opens the door, and you think, man, she should be home. But she's working, receiving inventory at Walgreens. And I was like, man, it was so cool to know about everything that goes on in logistics and how things move about. So the storytelling and trucking helped inspire me to start a podcast and hear about the things that people do, and also educate many people on, hey, this is how you get your goods. This is how you get things from A to B. This is all the things that go on behind the scenes. And I just kept being inspired, and the show kept going on, and people kept coming on as guests, and I'm thankful to have it keep going as it is today.
I'm not going to ask you the painful question, which is, please tell me your favorite story that you've heard, because, man, it's like your children. They're all wonderful. Can you kind of give one or two examples to our listeners of the kind of stories that they will hear if they tune in to That's Delivered?
Oh, yeah. So I always love my latest episode that gets released. Jenny Burton, she's a great woman. She went from, being an addict to now she's a scholar. And she's doing a lot of great things for advocating for better incarceration to, help people turn their lives around. She came on the show. I think about a lot of truckers out there, and they're disquieting thoughts, and they think about things while they're riding out there all alone. How can they stay encouraged? How can they help individuals? That Jenny Burton does that when she talks about all the things that goes on when we have decisions and maybe we're dealing with some really dark things. Well, she touched base on it because she's walked that walk. I think one of the things she says is you can't really speak on it and help people, especially if you've been through hell. She knows the way out, and she can help people. So that's even one that doesn't really touch bases with trucking, but she was willing to come on the show to help encourage truckers, keep their heads up out there. It's not that trucking is so dark and gloomy, but everybody needs a little picker-upper every now and then. And so I love that episode too, and many more. I mean, there's so many guests that came on, like John Rojas this month. He did a great job talking about the tool that they came up with. It's a online training course, over 1,000 English and Spanish terms related to trucking industry. El Gacero is a tool you can find on Bumper to Bumper Easy CDL. So yeah, I have that on there as well.
Yeah, guys, just give you a sense of what actually kind of percolates over there. Notice I did the little coffee reference there, Madison. I'm very proud of myself. But he'll talk with the Teamster Jesse Harron and the impact of technology. He will talk to Tony Justice, who many of you guys know. John Rojas, as many of you guys know, is also a friend of this show. And I've done a lot of work over there with the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools. So what you're getting here is a real perspective of that stuff. And I was kind of curious, as you're putting this together, and as a programmer myself, my wife and I, we work very, very hard to kind of make sure that these, along with Tara Garris, we make sure that these segments and slots are filled. How do you go about programming? How do you go about picking? Because there are a number of articulate drivers who listen to this show. Our friend Marshall Platter, our friend Jerry Bowers, a number of the road team captains. How do you go about picking the men and women that you talk to? I mean, what is your process? Or is it just basically getting recommendations and references and building that list?
That's it. That's exactly what you mentioned at the end. My producer is also my wife. She does a great job of creating the program, creating the show, and then I implement it by making sure I get those appointments. Because I'm also a truck driver by day and podcast by night, so I got to make sure I can get to these appointments and set the schedules and get it all put together. So yeah, it's fun. I also work with my co-host, Matty G. He keeps it lively. We do an episode where we just kind of talk about what's going on in the world, and people can hear the perspective of two people trying to figure out what these things that are happening, these accidents, these horrific things that people are seeing online. Just kind of getting the perspective from another truck driver. We just have fun with it and keep it lively and not make it where it feels like work, kind of like what you guys are doing.
How long have you been driving a truck, by the way, in regards to, and like I said, I don't just mean professionally, but everybody, like I said, Dave and I talk about this all the time, and a lot of our listeners know that Dave and I have a theory called the farm system, that for the longest time, the trucking industry benefited from free training. It didn't have to train anybody because if the Teamsters didn't take care of it, the farmer that raised the truck driver took care of it. And if the farmer didn't take care of it, the guy who was in charge of the motor pool took care of it. So trucking benefited for a long time, either from the military, the farm boy, or the Teamster. As all three of those things have gotten smaller, as there are less farmers today than there were yesterday, the military is now all volunteer. And of course, the Teamsters don't have the numbers they had in the 50s and 60s. How did you get into this? What is your introductory point?
Well, I needed to do something to provide for my family, something stable. Right now, I'm over 10 years driving, and my daughter, she needed health care, and being a union job, it provided one of the best health care out there for my family. She suffers from an autoimmune disease, so this job helped keeps my family together. And being a union Teamster, they've done a lot for me. That stability. So I love being able to give back by telling the stories about Teamsters and having Teamsters come on the show, talk about it, because sometimes it gets a bad rap. People think that we're greedy or we're taking too much, but in reality, we're keeping the standard, trying to raise the bar, keep it up there, so that other people can benefit from it. When we make money, everybody else makes money. So they're helping my family, and they're helping others' families. So I love it.
Yeah, and by the way, like I said, a lot of that comes through in the podcast. A lot of that comes through in the discussion. And you're a big listener. I'm going to actually give you credit for something, because as you can tell, anybody that knows me knows, as you can tell now, I like to shoot the shinola. I like to really mix it up. But you really kind of give your guests space to kind of really get a chance to talk. And you're a listener, which, by the way, is a great gift in regards to interviewing. You really like to kind of open up open up the guest and kind of let them then kind of explain who they are and where they are. And it just comes from, where does that love of hearing stories come from? Was that something that came to you late, or even as a little boy were you kind of drawn in by that?
Yeah, I did. I love listening to my mom talk about her stories. I love listening to my grandma. I mean, everybody's got a story, and you can learn something from them. So I was curious. I would hear what they're going through, and it's a great time to empathize and hear people's concerns and know that they're important. I think that's a gift that we can give people, and just by taking that time to listen, I think it's huge. And I love the show. I love radio. I was a big radio person back in the day too. We didn't have the big TVs like they have today. These kids and they got their phones where they can just pick stuff up. We had a radio, and I would listen to it. It was a big deal. I'd go to Revco or somewhere like that and get a radio and have it in your room. So radio's always been a part of my life. I love the sound. I love the quality of the mics. All of that, man. It's just a privilege to also be able to have a podcast these days. The way they've made it work so that your regular guy can have a podcast. I'm a strong advocate for people to have a podcast. So, yeah, if you can do it and you can get it started up, go for it.
By the way, if you can't tell, Dave and I and Lindsay, we all are big fans of podcasts. 'Cause I tell people all the time, somebody said, aren't you worried about too many people being in the marketplace? And I said, no. I said, because people can now download, figure out what they like, and listen to it anytime they want to. The real big thing, and Ray, back me up here, is everybody's got a podcast, and most of them only have about 5 to 6 episodes. That ain't the case with you, my friend. You've kept it going. People don't realize it here. Oh my God, there's a gazillion podcasts. I'm like, yeah, go check out what happens at around episode 7 when the wheels come off, and they've got to do it every week or every other week. You've kept the fire alive, my friend. You're welcome back anytime. Trucking Ray Lampkins has joined us. Here's the problem. You work in the long form. We work in the hyper short form. I want you guys to go to @ThatDeliveredShow on the tube of you at YouTube. You can find it. A lot of people you know already, Tony Justice, John Rojas, both of whom are great guys. It's great to have you on, man. It's great to finally meet you.
That's awesome, man. Thank you so much for having me on the show and be able to share my story. I think a lot of people also in the industry are not familiar with who I am, so it's nice to be able to share a little bit of my story as well. Thank you.
You're welcome back anytime, by the way. And don't forget, 3-Axle Coffee is built by a driver for drivers. Thank you, Ray. Truckin' Ray, everybody. 615-292-6366. You can always jump in and make a comment on the phone. We love when you jump in on the chat. Make your comments over there as well. Marshall, get better. Don't be sick. Speaking of friends of the show, when we first opened this place up, Dean Croak came by, and I wasn't kidding. If you looked at the post I made on LinkedIn, I'm going to share the post over on Facebook. Big thanks to Dean Croak. Came in for an entire 3-4 days, and while he was here, Madison, he actually built the furniture. He and Dave built the chairs that we're all sitting in right now. In the midst of all that, he's got a friend, too, who, when we finally got the thing going, the first day on at the studio arrived flowers to say thank you. Those were from Chuck Snow, who is, by the way, along with volunteering to speak on behalf of Next Gen Trucking, is the co-host of the Rates and Lanes podcast. But to say that is to not even come close to talking about his lifelong passion for the trucking industry. All he ever wanted to do was drive a truck and own a trucking company. His parents wanted him to be a doctor, lawyer, and accountant, anything but a trucker. Didn't turn out that way, did it, Chuck? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Jimmy?
I am fine, my friend, and we've been meaning to get you on for a while, and as you can probably tell, do you know that in 7 weeks, you represent our 300th unique individual guest? That's how fast and furious this has been. It has been crazy, and we are so thrilled to finally have you on. How is the world treating you, and what are you up to?
You know, the world is treating me fantastic. I am so blessed. I'm just a lucky guy. I get to do what I want to do, and I'm just fooling right now. I do my podcast every week. I enjoy my family, and I fool around with old trucks. So, you know, I have a collection of mostly Mack antique trucks. And I have one Ford. The newest or the oldest truck is a '54, and the newest is I'm taking delivery of today. Actually, it's getting picked up today, and that's a 1989.
I want to kind of go
And
back. I want to go back to
go
your
ahead.
origin story because you mentioned the Mack trucks, and you actually the whole story really. I mean, we can talk about the childhood passion and you not actually being allowed to mention the word truck if you brought home a bad report card.
Which is
But
every semester.
yeah, I understand. I resemble that remark, at least in the early going for me. But you actually tell the story about the '66 Mack truck, because that's
Well,
a really fun way to start.
yeah, I couldn't get a job anywhere because I didn't really know how to drive it. I knew how to basically shift the gears in the truck, and I could get around a corner in a tractor trailer, but I didn't really know how to drive a truck. So this is back in 1974, and nobody, no matter how desperate they were, was going to hire me. And I just wanted to do this so badly. I could taste it. And I saw an advertisement in the newspaper for a 1966 F model Mack truck with a contract. And I phoned and I went down to see the fellow that was selling it. And he was the dispatcher of a trucking company that just gotten off the road. And I ended up buying the truck from him. And he sent me out west with somebody to learn some ropes on one trip. Went to Saskatchewan, which is a long, funny story, which I don't think we have time today, but it was hilarious. And brought back a load of cows on a flatbed with sides and a tarp, so on a rack job, and never hauled cattle ever since. And that was, I think I left on Friday, came back on Friday, and on Monday morning, I headed out in my 1966 F model Mack to New York City. So talk about trial by fire. And I've been around the industry pretty much ever since.
Chuck, one of the things that you and I both have an obsession with, so does our friend Dean Croak, and Dave Nemo pretty much exists in that space, is I think you and I and a number of people that actually are contributing on our chat pages as well, too, want to conduct a seance and summon the spirit of the old culture of trucking back into the equation. A lot of people talk about this, but the real difficult thing here these days is we live in an era where, you know, videos are 1 minute long. After that, you start really pushing the envelope, where sound bites rule the day and all that kind of stuff. How do you and I, how do people like you, me, and Dean, and our friends like Scat Pack, who's been commenting all morning long, how do we recapture that spirit while acknowledging that we've got to capture people's attention at the same time to both promote trucking, but do it in a way that actually captures the imagination of younger people?
You know, we have to do something to make it sexy again. You know, somebody just sent me something last night, a friend of mine out in Alberta. He sent me something with these old trucks, and there was a caption on it and said, people drove these trucks not because they wanted the job, because they wanted the lifestyle. And that was the culture 50 years ago and 40 years ago. There was a trucking culture that people wanted because we made it, everybody made it desirable. And now everybody works at making it undesirable. So people no longer want to join our industry. If you go on social media, there's a lot of bad rap about truckers and about truckers doing stupid things. And it's truckers taking videos of other truckers smashing into things and everything else. And if I see something like that, I always call them out saying, what are you doing? There's a bunch of us trying to fix things and you're trying to break them, because we want that culture to come back. We've got to get a better perception from the public. And I think we do that starting with education. We have done such a lousy job educating the public. We're at fault as an industry. And then what happens is we haven't really beat our own chest, which we really need to do. We haven't educated the public on how to behave around trucks. I think they knew much better 50 years ago to give truckers room. And part of it has to do with the congestion on our roadways.
Yeah, and I think part of it too. I've always made the joke. I said, wouldn't it be wonderful if we got a public service announcement during the NFL, during the golf matches that my mom and dad watch, which is simply saying, "Hey guys, just a suggestion. Simply using your blinker on a regular basis is going to make a trucker's life that much easier. Simply keeping distance, simply understanding the blind spots. If you're if your car classes in high school, the few that remain, if in fact they haven't taught you how to find a blind spot, talk to a trucker and ask how to find a blind spot. I would love PSAs on a regular basis educating the public on how to behave around trucks to help them get them the stuff that they need. It's like, remember, when you cut that guy off, you're cutting off something that is going, if not to you, then to somebody else that you care about, or even just, that you're going to profit from.
100%. And I had a conversation with a career counselor at the conference where I was representing Next Gen Truckers, and during the conference, one of the career counselors had come up and said, I wouldn't want any of my students to become truckers. I really don't like you guys. The way you behave on the highway. Whoa! And I had a talk with her, and by the time I finished, she realized that it wasn't us. It was the way she drove. She didn't realize that she couldn't, that a trucker needed room. She had no idea how much room it took us to stop. And she would get in front of trucks and stay right in front of them. I said, that's the worst thing you can do, or stay right beside them. By the time I finished, she had a different point of view. And that's just one person talking to one person. We need to really make this public.
Yeah, and that's such an important thing too. And it's also, this is where mindfulness really comes into play. I know you can't just walk over to citizens in a parking lot and say, let me tell you about truckers. But any opportunity you have, if you're able to engage in a conversation, it's sometimes tough with somebody who's not in the industry. I always tell them, take a moment. If they ask you what you do, it opens the door to say, I'm a trucker. Can I ask you a favor? Tell me what you think of us. And be willing to accept what they say, and then say, okay, here are some things you can do to change your opinion of us by changing what you do. And I think that anybody that ever opens the door who's not in trucking to a trucker needs to take advantage of that as quickly as possible. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I can't agree more, Jimmy. And what we should maybe also be doing is putting messages on the sides of our trailers. We've got a 53-foot billboard that nobody uses to educate the people beside us, in front of us, and behind us.
Yeah, and it's such an important thing because, I in my first year on the job, I had a phone call, and a guy told me, he said, my safety policy is that I am responsible for the 1,000 feet in front of me, the 1,000 feet to my right, the 1,000 feet to my left, and the 1,000 feet behind me. He said, now, if only I could get the four-wheelers to understand what I'm trying to do, I would be able to kind of maneuver and navigate this to my heart's content. And that's kind of the issue. Okay, I got to change topics. We're going to run out of time. I knew this would happen, Chuck. This Nemo Nation is fast and furious. What can we expect to see on At Rates and Lanes next?
Tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Rico and I are doing one tomorrow. It's just him and I talking about the state of the industry and a whole bunch of other things. We normally have a guest, but once in a while we like to go rogue. And Rico and I just like to talk about stuff in the industry. We're old friends. We've been doing this podcast for about 8-9 years, every week pretty much.
Rico Muhammad, by the way, Rates and Lanes is the podcast, guys. Head over to At Rates and Lanes. Just subscribe. Like I said, just like RadioNemo, don't cost you nothing. You just get notifications, and you can find out more about trucking. It's really awesome and wonderful. Chuck, as are you. Thank you for the wonderful gift you sent us in our opening week. It lifted everybody's spirits around here and made the room smell really nice. Thank you, Chuck. Good talking to you.
Great talking to you, and give my regards to everybody. I'll see you next year in New Orleans.
And yes, you will, sir. Chuck Snow, everybody, by the way. That's a smart dude, Madison. That's a smart guy. He knows what's what. We'll take a quick break here. Come back with a new friend of the show, Rahman, who has actually been on once before. Can't wait to talk to him as well. Rahman Singh Dhillon, who, by the way, is North America Punjabi Association. Well, he's the guy that runs it. But he's got a lot of friends that help him do it. We'll be right back. Nemo Nation.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Hey there, thanks for riding with us. Now let's get back to Nemo Nation. Back to you, Jimmy.
Hey, let's get back to Nemo Nation, shall we? You guys can always jump into the conversation later on if you want to at 615-292-6366. They come fast and furious. We made a friend a couple of weeks ago. We're glad to have him back. Raman Singh Dillon is a prominent figure in the North American trucking industry and recognized for his entrepreneurial spirit and dedication to the Punjabi trucking community. He's got firsthand experience as a truck driver. He identified a critical need for accurate information and resources tailored to Punjabi-speaking drivers. The insight led him to establish the North American Punjabi Trucking Association, NAPTA, an organization committed to promoting professional growth, education, and safety within the trucking sector. NAPTA has become a vital platform advocating for high standards of service and conduct across all industry sectors. The association offers various services, including regulatory updates, bingo, business resources, bango, and driver education programs, boom, designed to support the Punjabi trucking community. He's also the founder and CEO of Punjabi Trucking Magazine. Guys, if you work on the West Coast or anywhere across the country, this is recommended reading, by the way. Recommended to kind of jump in, dig in, and figure out what's going on with one of the most vital and vibrant trucking communities in North America. Welcome back, Raman. It is a pleasure to have you. How have you been?
Good morning, Dave, and good morning, everyone. Feeling great. Happy to be back with you.
What has been happening right now? What are you guys looking at right now? What within your association? What are the stories you're telling, and what are you keeping your eye on these days?
Well, the most of the part, yes, of course, the slowdown is stretching too much. That's one big thing, and then after that, it's a lot of craziness going on. This cargo theft is just making a big waves right now.
Let's talk about the cargo theft a little bit too, because let's talk about about what your role is with the association and what the magazine is doing to kind of highlight the theft that is going on and to keep your membership safe out there. What steps are you taking, both in terms of advocacy, but also in terms of direct action to make sure that the people who depend upon you to keep them safe know that you guys have a strategy in place?
Yes, definitely. We try to keep our members aware that what's going on, what are the kind of frauds are going on the way the things are happening, from the first-hand experience from people to listen, understand exactly where it's going, and then trying to work with the law enforcement, trying to work with the people who are working on these things, so that they can get to this point. But it looks like that it's really hard right now to get through the system and get these things taken care, because the fraud is happening every day, or the theft is happening every day in a different way. I mean, it's just look like that you try to figure out one and then another one comes out, and it's just out of the blue, you don't even know what the heck is going on.
Let me ask you a question because, as somebody who's actually worked in law enforcement in my life, um, people don't realize that law enforcement depends so much on having partners, having people who are willing to work with them and actually help them become eyes on the road for them, but also to alert them when there are phishing scams, when there are scams that are attempting to use cyber means to kind of, also kind of, terrorize your members, terrorize
Hmm.
the country at large. Talk to me about how you guys work with law enforcement to create safer roads and a safer working environment, both in the cyber field and on the road.
Exactly, Dave, that we try to tell, every one of our members to, first of all, just to work with the law enforcement, try to give them as much as you can and notify every time everything happens to you, because a lot of things went unreported. People, they just file a claim, they just don't report it properly. So that is the first thing, that the reporting is must. And reporting, and then after that, if you see anything, if you feel anything that's going on wrong, just report as much as you can, because unless until it's there, it's not going to be looked at. Second thing, what we try to tell our people is that the information, because these days everything is going out of country for dispatch services, for that services, for this services. I mean, there's so many things that are happening overseas. The people, they send their information out. So we tell the companies that make sure that the information you're sending out is not critical information, and you make sure that people that who are working on your companies, they know what they're doing, and the information you're sending is secure, because a lot of these things are happening from offshore. The frauds and scams, they're happening from offshore, and the information which we think that it's been slipped out is slipped out via those channels.
Yeah, and the thing too in regards to that communication, I want to go back to something you said earlier. And it's a great, here's the thing that I think is so interesting about this, that often when we deal with people who are unwilling to report crime, the lesson isn't just for them, it's for us all. That when you're the victim of crime, there's often a shame that goes along with it, there's an uncertainty that goes along with it. But it's so important to then, the moment something happens to you, to take a full accounting of it and then make sure that you provide law enforcement with every last detail you can, no matter how embarrassing it is. Because if you don't tell people it's happening to you, there's a better chance that it could happen again, right? So it's so important to communicate exactly what it is that's happened. You guys train people on doing that, or is it a matter of just simply communicating and reminding them you've got to do this?
Well, right now we are communicating. We are actually bringing the awareness on our radio station on everything possibly we can. Any personal on my podcast, anywhere, we try to tell them that more the things you will report. And you said it right. I mean, if you won't say it, if you won't explain and tell everything, that it might happen again tomorrow to somebody, because then that is not going to be stoppable. So that's basically the key, is to report.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, if you go to punjabitrucking360.com, you can find that podcast where they do talk about fuel saving programs. They do talk about debt relief. They do talk about rule changes from the FMCSA. Everything that gets covered in trucking comprehensively in so many other places gets covered here as well. I've always been kind of a big fan of figuring out where different communities kind of fall in regards to trucking, because I'm always kind of fascinated. It's the same story. It's just happening in different communities. Whether it's positive or negative, it's a matter of finding that commonality, because it just reminds people that we're all on the road together and we have to work together as well. That's such a big thing, and something that you guys promote very much so. Are there any specific state issues you guys are looking at now? Anything that you've got your eye on outside of the cyber and the on-the-road crime that you guys are kind of focusing on right now? The slowdown, we've talked a little bit about that. Where do you see a light at the end of the tunnel in regards to this kind of stagnant place we are in regards to trucking rates right now?
So definitely we see the light at the end of the tunnel because, as we all know, trucking is something that is not going to go away. It's here to stay. It just taken a longer time to recover. I think everything happening around us is just things like that. It's going down, but a lot of people talk about it that it's been so long that it's been under the water that I don't know when it's gonna come out. But the thing is that the things are happening. The things are going in. Like right now, as Overdrive said that they're what those CDLs are there. That non-domicile CDL, about 60,000 are still in works. So there's a lot of capacity, a lot of things that are happening that we trying to bring awareness or trying to bring it to the authorities, especially, if there's a Canadian drivers, they coming into U.S., they're working within U.S. when they shouldn't be or they can't. Same way the Mexican drivers, they're doing that. So it's a lot of things that are happening that will eventually will stop, and then it looks like that the capacity will go down, and then this market will come back up.
I can't believe I'm going to tell you this, by the way. We have now done our 10 minutes, by the way, my friend. I could keep on talking to you. Promise me, and we'll get you a longer form interview down the line, but promise me you'll come back once again. We love having you on. Thank you for making time with us today, and go have the best of days, too.
Absolutely. Anytime, Dave, anytime. Just let me know and I'll be here.
Thank you, sir. Ramon.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ramon Dillon joins us second time he's been on the show. We're beginning finally, Madison, to begin to get to go through everybody for the second time. That's how many guests we've had. There've been a few regulars. Ramon has joined us this morning. Big thanks to him for making the time in his very busy schedule. He represents a very big community, who's out there on the road, and they provide a real service to a lot of folks in ways that you would be very surprised about. We are thrilled, by the way, to welcome Erica Denny to the show. Many of you guys already know Erica, as Dave does very well. Sorry that Dave is sick today, Erica. He's got a little bit of the COVID. We told him if he comes into the studio, we're going to run him up the street. Freight planner, freight mobility, and safety branch for the Colorado Department of Transportation. It is good to have you. Welcome to Nemo Nation.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Sorry to hear that Dave is feeling under the weather, but you're right. It's better to keep him home so he can rest up so you guys can also feel good through the week.
Yeah, and we got and a couple of us have to travel, so I'm like going, don't. I told him point blank. I said, if you get near me, I'm going to have to call your daughter, my wife, and tell her that you're up on your feet. I'm going to no. I'm like, do not come by this studio. CSP.colorado.gov. You've got some content that you guys are pushing out there. In the hopes that folks will actually check it out and have it make a difference in their day-to-day journey stuff. Where would you like to begin? Because there's a whole bunch of places I could jump in, but I'd rather give you the choice.
Goodness. I mean, I think we both would probably tap on very similar topics if we were to, pull straws. But, one of the things that we're pushing right now, as we do every single summer here in the state of Colorado, is the importance of, understanding how to navigate our high country through I-70 specifically, going through the mountains, mountain passes, and understanding that, never speed, not anything anybody doesn't already know. We don't want to speed. Everybody goes, along with the speed limit because that's what is identified as a safe use of the roadway and what's around the roadway, et cetera. But the summertime here in Colorado is so unfortunately renowned for hot breaks, and speeding is something that the Colorado State Patrol is pushing extra hard right now in trying to mitigate against, because as soon as you start speeding, you will that much quicker lose your brakes. If you lose your brakes, well, it could lead to a number of disastrous potential alternatives when you get down to the bottom of a major decline in a mountain pass. So, would love to talk about, mitigating speeding, would love to talk about, if you lose your brakes, what to do, how to help mitigate, et cetera. So wherever you might want to just dive in, I'm happy to talk more in depth.
Well, the thing that I was most impressed about with all this stuff is that as we take it all, speeding, hot brakes, runaway truck ramp usage, the mountain rules video, and the in-cab messaging, These are not separate entities. This is an interconnectedness, and this all kind of adds up. That if you fix one, you fix the other. That in order to kind of make a positive change in one, you've actually got to address all of these issues into one big kind of thing. If you do the maintenance, the brakes hold. If you don't speed, you don't put yourself in a position where the brakes wear, and on we go. Can you kind of unpack the way you kind of pulled all these together?
Sure. A little bit of backstory. So the way that Colorado is set up for my position within Colorado Department of Transportation versus Colorado State Patrol, we are separate entities. You've got the State Patrol, of which they are the enforcement arm within our state, helping to keep those on the roadway safe. And then you got the CDOT, the DOT here in Colorado, where we are trying to manage our infrastructure. So we don't really have much of the enforcement respect at all, because that is what Colorado State Patrol is here for. However, with our group, specifically within CDOT, the Freight Mobility and Safety Branch, we talk every single day with our State Patrol friends as well as our Port of Entry friends. And we are constantly working together to try and figure out how do we help mitigate and educate and push out messaging to those coming, not even just Colorado drivers. Of course, those are always the target that we wish to have as an audience, but those who are coming through our state who may not have been through here before, or maybe are only, a couple times a year, or maybe they're just starting with their CDL and they're trying to figure it all out. So, we're always working together and collaborating, trying to find ways that we can make sure people understand, we're not saying don't speed because we don't want you to speed and that's, it. It does, as you mentioned, lead to so many more issues with complex roadways such as I-70 in the Colorado mountains. You speed, let's back up. You're going up the hill, you're trying to get up a mountain pass, you're trying to get to the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel, you've slowed way down, suddenly you're thinking, man, I'm running behind, I'm not going to make it to my delivery. Oh, wait, here I go down this hill, I'm just going to make up a little bit of time. I'll be just fine, I got it under control. And then that is where suddenly you go, oh no, I'm smelling my brakes. My brakes are squealing. I'm seeing some smoke. It's getting soft. Oh no, what do I do? You get into that scenario, which you want to obviously avoid. But if you do hit that scenario, we do have runaway truck ramps, right? And, one of the things that we are always trying to make sure people understand is that if you do hit a runaway truck ramp, one of the 12 within our state, you will not be cited for using said ramp. They are there for safety. They are there for a last-ditch effort of, I'm in a bad situation. So please, please, please do not be afraid of using those if necessary. The only thing that you will be on the hook for is likely a tow bill to get you out. We can't help you with that part, unfortunately. But, we want you to be able to utilize the assets that we have. But on the same token, we don't want you in that situation. Nobody wants to be in that situation. We want to take it slow, steady, and safe for the long haul, as we kind of say during some of our promotional educational efforts. And, it is all connected. We've got plenty of locations where you can pull off and cool your brakes. A lot of the winter use chain stations are a short-term brake check station during the summer months, which if you have driven along the I-70 corridor or other corridors throughout our mountain state, you'll see plenty of those chain stations all over the place. And please, please, please feel free to use those, check them, sit there, wait for them to cool. Much better to play it safe than the alternative of, having to use a ramp, or worse, if you miss the ramp and have to figure out what the heck to do next, which nobody wants.
I'm going to, and like I said, I've always been kind of fascinated with public service announcements, because often people, and many of our listeners, are such experienced drivers and such safe drivers. And, why is this important to me? Slow down, gear down, pace the road, protect the load. And we can follow up by saying that crashes are not accidents, and we should not refer to them as such. Very rarely are there accidents. Accidents are when a tree literally falls into the road and nobody saw it coming. That's an accident. Most of what we're talking about here is easily preventable. And these sort of slogans, which are not empty slogans because they're actionable items, slow down, gear down, pace the road, protect the load, that the experienced drivers who often want to communicate to the younger drivers or people who might have bad habits developed, these are really easy and communicable catchphrases that can sum up what people need to know as they begin to make their way down the 70, right? And up the 70,
Absolutely.
and all around the
Yeah.
70, and in all the places. But I do think it's such an important thing to point out to people, because the idea of you will not be penalized other than having to pay for the tow, which, by the way, is a lot less expensive than your life, to use those runaway ramps. And that's something that I think a lot of people don't understand. And that really is where your job comes in, to make sure the men and women know, if it's the moment of last resort, and hopefully it never comes to that, you still have one more option that you will not be penalized for. You'll be celebrated for saving lives, correct?
Absolutely. You absolutely nailed it on the head there.
So let me ask you a
Yeah.
question. How do you affect this policy? You got about only a minute and a half, man. I'm telling you, Nemo Nation flies fast and furious. But how do you really press in to make sure this happens?
We have a couple of different options. One of those being the Mountain Rules, which you mentioned earlier. That is a educational video series that we have put out in partnership with Colorado State Patrol, Ports of Entry, as well as Colorado Motor Carriers Association, so our state association. Those videos can be found on YouTube as well as on our website, which is freight.colorado.gov. You can find all of those resources. We have plenty of 1 to 2 page flyers and handouts. We have them in English, Spanish, Russian. We want to make sure that this is something that can be absorbed by anyone and everyone on the road. Additionally, something new that we have as an option for folks that we're really hoping that everybody is willing to jump in on is through a partnership with DriveWise. We have in the state a in-cab communications effort going out, to where we are able to set up geofence locations, such as when you're coming out of the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel. You've just made it up one of these major passes. You're about to start coming down. We have a set geofence where it's going to pop up on your ELD if you sign up for this, and it's going to say, hey, steep grades ahead, please slow down, be prepared. Additionally, when we have emergency situations, especially in the wintertime, if I-70 is closed, if we have a nasty storm coming in, we want to make sure and notify you. We will notify folks all the way out in Nebraska, Kansas, New Mexico, our bordering states, so that you can make the decision of making potentially an alternative route instead of coming through a bogged down, snow-filled I-70. And this sign-up page is actually also found on our website, freight.colorado.gov. We have a button on our homepage that takes you to the page that has this free in-cab alert. And again, it's free, no cost to you. And we are managing to make sure we don't flag you and harass you with notifications all the time. I know that drivers get bombarded with things coming to their devices. So only the most important critical elements do we want to make sure that you guys are aware right in your cab as you're going down the road. So freight.colorado.gov, please check it out and sign up for these in-cab messages if you have not done so already.
Freight Planner, Freight Mobility and Safety Branch, Colorado Department of Transportation, which, by the way, you can find them, as was mentioned earlier, at csp.colorado.gov. Erica Denny, thank you so much for making the time and making our roads a whole lot safer. The next time we talk, we're going to talk about why it is that you have so many plates from Texas, Georgia, Florida, making your way through the state. I know why, but it's a really fun conversation. Thank you, Erica, and you be safe out there as well, okay?
Thank you. Have a great week.
You too. Erica Dene, everybody. We're going to pivot here really quickly and get a chance to talk to our good friend Mike Roth, who joins us from NACFE. Really quick, guys, to let you know, Sparkle, Mark's wife, reached out to me to say his procedure is done. He is in recovery. Surgeon said he did great. We are thrilled to hear that about our friend Mark from Ohio. And we are thrilled, as always, to have Mike on the show. How you doing, man? And where are you talking to me from now?
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. Good morning on Monday. You're becoming part of my ritual.
It's great to have you. By the way, you are healthy. I am healthy. Madison is healthy. Dave himself got the COVID, and he is in the midst of recovering from that. He didn't have much of a voice yesterday, and I said, if you bring that lack of voice down here, I will not speak to you again. I will maintain a code of silence. But yeah, so what's the world happening in this ritual that we call Nemo Nation? Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we're excited to continue this work on Run on Less. It's really exciting. We've now visited all 13 fleets I was with Mesilla Valley and Royal Jones in El Paso, Texas. It was actually cooler in El Paso than it was up here in Indiana when I was there, so I got lucky. But met a driver that I had known from the first Run on Less back in 2017, and he's going to be part of a team driving international with a Cummins engine in it in the run in about a month and a half. So really excited, and we've now visited all 13. We're starting to put together and finalize videos and profile sheets and information on the drivers and the specs of the trucks and all that that'll start being posted before we talk again, actually, this Friday.
Let me ask you a question too. I mean, we've talked so much about the process of assembly. We've talked about the actual process of collecting, of actually assembling the information and then assembling the information, and now we're at the point where the information is going to get out there. What I was curious about is to take the next step. What do you hope happens upon release? Where do we go from there? And I'm not just being vague in general and saying, take me through the next step, but what is the kind of approach? What specifically are you looking for over the next week, but also over the next couple of weeks as this information gets out there? And
I mean, it's about helping fleets and all the people supporting them, whether they're the truck builders or components or dealers, even folks like ourselves that are kind of more in media and that sort of thing, just help get some clarity on what long haul trucking is going to look like over the next couple of decades. I mean, it's going to need to get greener, whether we have regulations or not. There's a pretty big expectation that we do better than running petroleum diesel and having 6 or 7 mile per gallon trucks. So we want to help make the decisions that fleets are going to take forward, whether they're in city tractors, heavy duty tractors in P&D delivery, or whether they're in teams or slip seating, long distance freight, even owner operators, small fleets, mega fleets, and so forth. Just help. What does it look like for each of them? And so, I mean, that sounds like a huge, huge challenge, right? And it is, because we can't go visit every fleet out there. There's, hundreds of thousands. So we're going to try to, share what we know about segments and, heavy freight, light freight, mountains, planes. Do you come back to base? Do you never come back to base? All those sort of things that differentiate one fleet from the other, and then help understand what's the future look for you. Is it high efficiency diesel? Is it natural gas? Is there's opportunities with biodiesel and renewable diesel, or even battery electric and so forth. So that's it. I mean, it sounds like a very big, challenging goal, but it's to help individual fleets get clarity on what their future is. Because right now it looks really messy and chaotic and difficult, and it really matters to your success.
And by the way, guys, go to nacfe.org where you can find out so much more information. And that goes to and by the way, thank you, by the way, that was the answer I was hoping for, because then the next thing is how do you then figure out if the message is getting out? I mean, that's the thing, when we do this show here at the end, after a couple of weeks, our general manager and we all sit down and look at the numbers on Facebook, on YouTube. Yeah. We look at them on iHeart. We look all around and see who's focusing in on that, and do we amp up our concentration on those folks, or do we figure out ways to reach other folks? How do you guys figure out if your message is getting out there? Because if it doesn't, then you've created all this great content and all this great information, and it's not doing what it's designed to do, even though you've done it.
Yeah. No, perfect. So we do similar things, like you just promoted NACFE.org and runonless.com. And so we track, how many people are following us on different social media pieces, how many of the reports are downloaded. But before even that, Mac, you got to look at, you have to go where the decision makers are. You have to go into their shoes. So we do 120 events a year. So somebody from NACFE is speaking at, or running a workshop, or doing something at a couple of different events a week. Some of those might be national ones, some of them might be local or regional ones. But that's, so we measure it similar to what I would say you do, but we also recognize that that we need to be out with the fleets. They're not going to come and just spend time on a website. Some will, but and we do that through. We do a lot of videos for this run on less. We'll produce 40 videos. We'll start to drop 8-10 minute videos this Friday and throughout August on each of the fleets. So we try to be creative and not only go and be with the fleets and their manufacturers and dealers and everybody I discussed earlier, but also do it in a way that's going to pull them in. And we know that, data, video, what other fleets are saying. So, these case studies, these videos throughout August, we have the fleets that are pioneering using these technologies. We have them talking about it. So, we don't always trust everybody, right? But we trust people similar to us. So fleets trust other fleets. And so we're trying to use this data, bring this data from the fleets in a way that other fleets will be there. And, we've got 30 events, major events between now and the end of the year where we're taking our findings to all over the country.
Mike, unbelievable as it always is. Mike Roth has joined us. He's the executive director over at NACFE, and we're thrilled to have you. And we're out of time, my friend. And the next time we talk, you'll have a better sense of who's getting the word and what the word is. Thank you so much, man, and continue to do the great work. Go ahead.
Right. I mean, we'll have somebody from my team talking every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with you guys throughout August on what we're learning. So we're excited to gear that up instead of once a week, doing it 3 times a week. So thanks for having us.
Oh, you got it, man. I'm actually stoked about that too. I'm such a kind of a data nerd, and finding out who's finding out what and where they're finding it out from. It just makes a difference. Thank you, Mike.
Take care.
All right. Guys, we got David Keeve is coming up here next, and I'm just thrilled to have him on the show. We're going to be talking about a whole bunch of stuff. I'll kind of let him unpack this himself. A lot of great information. Start that music, Madison, because I am running way behind. He's the president of EDF Action. It's a chance to get a full-scale conversation with him going. We'll be right back. Go to edfaction.org, by the way. Also go to nacfe.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
This is Nemo Nation, and you're riding shotgun once again with the one, the only, Jimmy Mack.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Once again, a big shout out to our good friend Mark from Ohio, who got through the operation with flying colors. His wife Sparkle wrote me on the text. to let me know that he is actually, the prognosis is good. He's hanging in there. We are thrilled that he's hanging in there, as all of you are, as you make your way down the highways and byways. Guys, don't forget to go to shadyrays.com. Keep that sun out of your eyes. But if the sun gets too bright, it might be other issues that are causing that as well. David Keeve joins us this morning. He is the president of EDF Action. We got a chance to talk to him at the way early part of this show as we kind of got going. As the effects of climate change intensify, they increase the cost of everything from electric bills to insurance premiums. And we're going to be talking about how the current climate policies have an impact on these issues. David, welcome back. It's a chance to really get in there and kind of dig into some issues in a way we couldn't before. Thrilled to have you back on Nemo Nation.
I'm honored to be a repeat guest. Thank you for having me back a second time. It's great to be with you all this morning.
We were talking about this earlier with some of our callers as well. And, one of the things that people don't realize, and there's actually an impact on not just the insurance on people's homes, but many of these men and women that listen to our show on a daily basis, they drive their office. I mean, their office is meant to be drived upon, and we know that many of them had a hard time getting certain places over the course of the last year because of problems in California with the fires, problems in North Carolina with the storms, problems in Texas because of the flooding and the tragedy that's unfolding over there. And that's having an impact not just on the insurance they pay on their homes, but the insurance they pay on their trucks. All that stuff is figured in there. And I kind of wanted to begin at the most practical place, and then we'll get to EDF Action in a more macro way. But can you talk about the idea, if only from a self-interested standpoint, people need to get involved, because the best way to actually drop their rates, not tomorrow or next year, but in the long term, is to begin to stabilize the impact that we're having on the planet?
I think that's exactly right, and that's a really astute point. EDF, the Environmental Defense Fund, has one of the foremost experts in anywhere in the country or anywhere in the world, probably, on the nexus between climate change and insurance markets. Her name's Dr. Carolyn Kuski, and what Carolyn has shared with me is something that was interesting to me. I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is one of the things they teach in law school is the notion that you can insure just about anything, and you can also indemnify just about anything. What Carolyn has shared is that's actually not true. And if there is a certainty that something is going to happen rather than just a probability, you can't price against that because you know it's going to happen. We've seen more and more billion-dollar storms and billion-dollar weather events occur in recent years. It wreaks havoc on our supply chain. It makes it hard for people out on the roads. These are problems that are getting worse, not better, with each passing year, I'm afraid.
Okay, so let's kind of dig into that too. The idea that, I don't want to talk about, not that you would, I don't want to talk about what we can do to mitigate the situation. I mean, that's, in regards to like our own personal lives. There are people who make adjustments like people in Louisiana do. I don't know if you know this, we're approaching the 20th anniversary of Katrina. And anybody who's ever been to the neighborhood Lakeview where the 17th Street Canal broke knows that almost all those houses are now built up. All those houses have fungal foundations, which means when the water begins to seep in, the houses will raise up a little bit too. There's almost a learned helplessness to that. And that's what always concerns me, that I'm simply making adjustments because nothing can be done. But that's not the case, is it?
No, it's absolutely not the case. But I think in your question, you touched on something which is worth exploring a little bit further. Climate change isn't caused by any one individual person, and it's not going to be solved by one individual person either. And I think we need to take collective action if we're going to make real change and real change possible. And the reason why I'm on your show is to talk specifically about how we can do that in the trucking and transportation sector of our economy. I believe that the future is going to be electric, and it's going to be a lot better, including for drivers who get behind the wheel of a quieter, better performing, more reliable truck.
Let me ask you this too, because there are actually more people on your side in the industry than a lot of people would assume. That's the truth of the matter. I know sometimes people find that kind of surprising to believe when they get in here, but there are people who worry that we haven't solved the power problem yet, in the sense that we know that it does make for a smoother ride. We've got people like the owner-operators of Canada, Jim Park, who is at the head of all of that, is a big tech geek. He loves all this stuff. How are we going to create the grids necessary to be able to power these trucks? Because we know a lot of them take as much, if not more, than an entire house to power on many occasions, sometimes 4, 5, and 6. Is the future nuclear? How do we actually make sure that there's a grid available? And how do we actually advocate our representatives to make sure that there is the power sources available to make this happen? Because a lot of times you have to understand, a lot of our listeners out there feel like they're the piggy bank and they're the experimentation for delivering everybody's goods and services. Do you follow me, David? How do we make sure that these guys go to bat and understand what they're asking for?
I follow you completely. There's a lot wrong with our politics today, but one of the rare areas of consensus between Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and just about everybody is realizing that there is a demand crisis that is either happening already or is on the brink of happening. It's not necessarily happening because of electric truck charging needs. The most significant driver of energy demand increase today is AI, and the huge data center needs, energy needs that data centers that are propping up all over the place have. That's a complicated set of issues, and I'm not here this morning to talk about our view or position on them. But it does create an opportunity because there's an understanding that demand is increasing for energy. And one of the things that comes with that is an understanding that we've got to do something about it. I think as it relates to the transition to electric trucking, my number one concern is not the grid. I think that's a secondary concern. My number one concern is the build out of charging infrastructure. And I think we've got to acknowledge that we've got a ways to go until we get there. But hopefully with the right policy roadmap, we can continue to point in the right direction.
You just made a lot of friends in an awful hurry. I'll tell you that right now. Because there are people, I swear, I get callers all the time who love this new equipment, who understand. And I'll tell you something too, talk about health. If you ride in a truck 25, 30, 40 years, the damage to your inner ear, the damage to your back, and I don't mean like instantaneous damage, which people catch and go, that's enough of that, I got to make some changes around here. The incremental death by 1,000 cuts that often goes on is so kind of pronounced that these people get to the end of their driving careers and have taken damage. The idea of putting them in something that was quieter, safer, and more silent is very appealing to them. As we were just talking with our friends from NACV, it's how do we set up the charging stations, which means, and that's why I go back to the power grid, the idea that there's so much to kind of unpack here. I'm so sorry about this. I didn't mean to ramble like this, but how do we set this grid up, and how do we as citizen activists stay on top of people saying, if you want me to use an electric truck, you've got to make sure there are places I can charge up? How do we do it?
Well, I think in part by telling the success story of how happy drivers are when they get behind the wheel of an electric truck. I spent a lot of time talking about the transition to electric cars, trucks, and SUVs. And the two things that I ask people to do is to keep an open mind and to take one for a test drive, or to ask someone who has driven one or owns one how happy they are with it. Because what we've seen with electric vehicles, everything from my hybrid minivan up to the biggest of the big rigs on the road, is that once people get behind the wheel of them, they find that they're a lot easier to own and to operate, and they love the lack of maintenance costs that are accompanying it. Never having to pay for an oil change again is not a terrible thing whether you're an independent, just drive a car to get to work like I do, or if you rely on, if your truck is your office, as you put it so beautifully at the top of our conversation.
Okay, so we now know that there are places in the country where actually electricity from wind and solar is actually now cheaper than gas and coal. Now, a lot of those places, there's a lot of sunlight involved there too, and there's a lot of opportunities for there as well, sunlight and wind. How do we export those models to other regions of the country? And is it a matter of building up the areas where it's already working, really ensuring their success, and then spreading out? Because it seems to me one of the things you're saying is you're a guy who actually understands that nobody's going to flick a switch and it's all going to happen overnight. That there is, but do you see the model of like, okay, where is it working and how can we get it not perfect, but really humming there, and then begin to figure out ways to move it? And where are you seeing the most progress in regards to wind and solar?
Yeah, well, I would say two things to that. The first is that if we want to truly be energy independent, the only way to do that is through renewable energy like wind and solar. And the reason for that is that even though we as a nation produce more oil than just about any other nation on earth, oil is a commodity that is traded on an international market. And so therefore, the price of oil is always going to be subject to actions of foreign nations and folks around the world who don't necessarily have our best interests at heart and oftentimes do not. The second thing that I would say to answer your question is the best thing we can do to encourage the further build out and access to American produced renewable energy is to get out of our own way. One of the things that's really frustrated me over recent weeks is I've seen that the Attorney General of one state, Missouri, has sued to block the build out of a transmission line that's intending to take a bunch of the wind and solar from across Missouri and Kansas and the Plains states and hook it up to the grid and bring it to people. The reason for his lawsuit is that some of the cost and production estimates he claims are no longer valid because of the repeal of clean energy tax credits that was just effectuated by Congress and signed into law by President Trump. I think it's enormously short-sighted. I think it's clear to all of us that we need a grid that works better for all of us, for renewable energy and for all sorts of energy. So I think my number one concern is with build out of charging infrastructure, but let's all get on the same page and be for a more effective grid. And let's all also recognize that as the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed a few years ago recognized, infrastructure, the first and second thing that means is roads and bridges. But it's not just roads and bridges. There are a lot of things that go into infrastructure, as I think you and your audience deeply appreciate.
Okay, so I have a question for you. By the way, there's no wrong answer here. This is me actually asking your opinion. As we make the transition from coal and natural gas and all the other stuff that kind of goes into the earth, where do you guys stand on nuclear power, on the construction? Like I said, we're so far behind that it would take forever anyway. But where do you guys stand on the construction of nuclear power as a stopgap on this road? David, I am not setting you up. There's no wrong answer here. I'm just trying to get a sense of this.
No, I very much appreciate that. And look, there was a lot of support for nuclear power within the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is something that the Environmental Defense Fund supported. I think EDF's position on nuclear energy and nuclear power is a little bit complicated. And it depends on the individual circumstances and on what's what. But I think you'd be surprised to see more consensus around the need for nuclear than perhaps people anticipate. And I certainly don't think anyone anywhere supports taking existing clean energy capacity provided by nuclear facilities offline.
Yeah, and by the way, that's kind of the thing too, because that's the great struggle right now. It's not so much, and tell me what I get wrong, David. It's not so much a matter of not wanting to do it, but it's ultimately you want to move to as clean a model as you possibly can. I love the fact that you said is complicated because we all know the stop gaps and the kind of real diligence that has to be done if, in fact, you're going to use that. But you guys, and once again, you can tell me I'm wrong, you guys view that as a good transitional model to ultimately get us out of the ground and out of having to dispose of of nuclear waste. Ultimately, the goal is to get us to a place where we can rely completely on things like wind and sun to kind of power us to where we have to go next. But in the meantime, we've got to figure out an approach that slows down what's happening right now, while at the same time not setting the economy back, which, as we know, anytime the economy gets set back, the first people that get it are the poorest among us.
I think that's right. And look, I've got good friends who totally believe and are bought into the idea that small scale nuclear is the future. And what I've shared with them is I'm not sure whether or not having a small scale, I'm going to wind up with a small scale nuclear reactor in my backyard powering my home or my neighborhood, because I'm not sure it'll cost out or pencil out from a cost basis anytime soon, or if the technology is as far along as we'd want it to be. But if we get to that point, that'd be great. But the technological emergence that I am most excited about today is storage, batteries. We are doing such a better job of storing energy than we ever have before. And that's a really powerful sort of antidote to the argument that, well, you only get solar power when the sun is shining, or you only get wind power when the wind is blowing. That's not true if you save it and store it and then can use it whenever you like. And we are getting closer and closer to that reality. We're also getting closer and closer to a tipping point where the cost to own and operate an electric powered truck gets cheaper than the cost to own and operate a diesel rig.
Yeah, the other thing is too, and this is something about the diesel rig, and I think it's what makes a lot of my listeners just go apoplectic, not towards you, but everybody. One of the craziest things that a lot of people don't understand, it's the car, the trucks. Look, everything that's out there on the road that is using, carbon-based stuff is causing a problem. But it's they see all the other people driving cars and go, wait a minute, why me? Why am I the one that has to make this sacrifice? But if in fact you get to your positivist view, which is that we can start storing this electrical power, if we can start actually putting it and stockpiling it, that's the game changer. I wanted to pivot here, David, because there's so much to talk about. I wanted you to give our listeners a sense of the health crisis that is going on because of what we're doing as well, too. I mean, we know the immediate health crisis is your house gets swept away in a storm current, but there are long-term health effects, even in this country, that are really beginning to wear and tear in a lot of people's lives and their family, correct?
Absolutely. And they're not affecting all of us equally. Folks who live closer to major infrastructure, to major highways, to shipping corridors, and to ports, wind up breathing dirtier air than the rest of us. And you talked earlier about hearing loss and back problems and some of the sort of chronic conditions that a lot of your listening audience winds up experiencing over time. That's not exclusive just to them or just to those sets of issues. Folks who wind up breathing in the most exhaust from diesel trucks are, in fact, folks who work in the trucking community. So a recent study that I've seen has shown that switching to zero emission trucks and buses would provide almost $500 billion worth of health and environmental benefits by 2040, and also avoiding over 1,500 premature deaths and lots of incidents of exacerbated respiratory conditions like asthma developing in children.
One of the things, I'm pivoting back. I know you don't want to talk about it, but and one of the other kind of places of commonality is that there's a great deal of distrust of what is going on with AI right now. And I don't mean the Skynet version of distrust. I don't mean our robot overlords. I'm not talking about that. But what you talked about, the idea that I don't think a lot of people understand, although some smart folks out there do understand the amount of power and water that is actually being sucked out of the country in order to kind of make these things happen. And that is power and water that could be used for crop irrigation. That is power that could be used for heating people's homes in the winter, cooling people's homes in the summer. And those needs never go away, the ones I just talked about, and now you've added this equal burden. How do we talk to our representatives about this, David? How do we say, I'm really uncomfortable with what's happening with these large plants that are basically disrupting the ecological balance of a lot of communities of which they border?
Yeah, and I think that's a very good question. I think one of the answers involves a certain amount of what I would view as constructive selfishness. Asking hard questions about what the impact of the energy demand of some of these centers will be on ratepayers, and asking regulators how to make sure that you, as a ratepayer who pays your utility bill every month, doesn't have to subsidize a big energy sucking thing from one of the most well capitalized companies in the world. And then other ways to advocate include talking about local outcomes. What does this mean for my community, for instance? I was recently talking with someone who's running for governor of a state, and what they shared with me was the idea that their top priority was to make sure we meet the energy demand of this looming demand crisis now in the right way, so that 6, 7, 8 years down the road, we're not grasping around for the wrong sorts of solutions when it's already too late. So it's a little bit of a rambling answer, so I apologize.
It's not actually
for that, Jimmy. But these are complicated issues that we're talking about. But I'm delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you and through you to your audience.
Well, no. And by the way, it's not a rambling answer at all. Like I said, the biggest thing we constantly talk about on this show is we can't tell people what to think. We can only give them the information that we have and then give them the tools and also the skill set. That we can impart. We do that with a number of the trucking associations that come on. When they go to their congressmen, when they go to their state reps, when they go to their state senators, their councilmen, their aldermen, even right down to the school board, they need to be armed with information, and they need to be armed with strategies as well. And that's kind of the final way before we wrap up, because we're almost out of time. It goes by fast. To kind of just breathe a little life into the idea of how, like I said, that you mentioned the idea of being, self-interested. I call it enlightened self-interest. How do we approach our local and federal and state governmental officials to address this? How do we present ourselves, and how do we make the case?
I think just by connecting it to their own lives, talking about their utility bills, which everyone's concerned about, talking about how it's going to bring about changes in their community for good or for ill. We live in a time of such enormous cynicism around government and politics, and I understand why it exists. But one of the things that cynicism does is help to foster a view that civic participation, people weighing in with their members of Congress, doesn't matter. The reality, though, is that because so many people have this cynical view and so few people actually weigh in with their elected officials, that makes the voices of the people who speak up more powerful, not less powerful. So in a society where not everyone is availing themselves of their right to communicate their views to the elected officials who represent them, those of us who choose to do that, we can sometimes be pleasantly surprised by the response that it elicits. And for many of these folks, it's why they ran for office in the first place.
Yeah, and I can't thank you enough for making the time. I want to make sure you give people all the places they can find you. Agree or disagree, these are serious people with a serious message, one worth engaging in, with a lot of important stuff to say. Let people know where they can go find you, David. We'll keep on having you on. Like I said, love having the POV from where you stand, because you're seeing a lot of things a lot of these people aren't. Tell us one more time.
I'm delighted to be here. And again, I'm David Kiva. I'm the president of EDF Action. We're the advocacy partner of the Environmental Defense Fund, and you can find us online at edfaction.org.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you so much. It's great to have you. And like I said, we'll talk soon. Best of days. Have a great week, okay?
I'll look forward to it. Thank you.
Guys, we're going to come back on the other side of this. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay is going to be here, and the boys from Castrol are going to be with him as well. It's a special early edition of Maintenance Matters. We're talking with not only Kevin Lindsay, but Eric Arnold as well. Kevin, of course, is the manager of the technical service over at Travel Centers of America, and Eric is a field engineer along with Byron Kelchner, Senior National Account Manager for Fleets over at Castrol. We're going to get them on here. We'll be right back after these messages. Madison with a T is on the case, as you all are. Great debate happening over on the Tube of You. Lots of stuff to unpack. And Ed Beach Bum, he gets the gag. By the way, Scat Pack, I did point out that I said it's the cars, not the trucks. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com. Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
And we are back to the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation. What's going on, Jimmy?
Well, hey, Madison with a T. Everybody, welcome back. Of course, our good friend Kevin Lindsay is here on the scene for a special edition of Maintenance Matters. You're probably saying, what in the heck are they doing Maintenance Matters on a Monday for when it's usually Tuesday on Road Gang Radio? Well, it turns out that the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America, along with Eric Arnold, field engineer, are here a day early because we've got to hit the road tomorrow. I'm going to do the first half hour of the show live. Then we're going to do a whole bunch of replays because it's our first on-location broadcast since we started this new platform. Just want to make sure we get everything right over there. But we don't want you to miss Maintenance Matters, man. That's too important, right, Kevin? How you doing?
I'm all right. How you doing, Jamie?
I'm having a really good morning. Dave got COVID. That's not good.
Oh, no.
But basically, I've been sitting here hurtling through time and space, and I forgot how much different this job is when it's one person having to deal with 13 guests over a period of 3.5 hours. It's kind of a wild scene here. You brought Eric along with you. Eric, good morning to you. How you doing?
Yeah, Jimmy, good morning. I'm doing great, thanks.
And there's a lot to talk about here, by the way. Our friends from Castrol are here. Our friends from Travel Centers of America are here. And by the way, Kevin, we'll start with you here a little bit. And I'll let you kind of hand this over to Eric when we kind of get there. We're going to be talking, kind of unpack what we're talking about today with the future of diesel engine oils. Give us an overview, and then we'll jump over to Eric with some background. Kevin?
Yes.
Oh, just give us a little bit of an. Just give us a 30,000-foot view of what we're going to be talking about. Like I said, hey guys, don't hold it against Kevin. Poor man's being pulled in a day early. So go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah. Well, there's other factors involved there as well, but no, just new types of oil that's out there. Some new standards to go by, things like that. Is really what Eric's here to talk about today and everything. I'm actually struggling to find my notes for some reason.
Well, okay, I'll give you a 30,000-foot view because Kevin put some great notes together. What is changing and why? When will these changes happen, and how can I be prepared for these changes? And of course, we're talking maintenance matters. It's the future of diesel engine oils. So we'll pivot to Eric here. And Eric, good morning. Give us a little background first about the American Petroleum Institute.
Yeah, absolutely. So the American Petroleum Institute is sort of the holder of the most basic or fundamental oil specifications. They're a big organization, and they represent all the pieces or segments of the American oil and natural gas industry. But engine oils or lubricating engine oils fall under them, so they have their performance categories that they put out that sort of hold the guide rails, so to speak, of where the engine oils can be formulated to achieve what their objectives are. So what we're talking about today is really what's going to be coming down the road, actually January 1st of 2027, which seems a long way off, but it's really not when you think about how long these oils need to be tested, tweaked, or designed, formulated, tweaked, and then they have to go through about a year of testing to sort of prove performance. So we're really, at least on our part of things, kind of up against a tight deadline, even though it seems far down the road.
By the way, a year and a half, we learned the hard way because somebody said, "Oh, well, you had 6 weeks to move from one platform to another, and then basically a week to get the whole thing up and running." A year and a half, even then, wouldn't have seemed like luxury. I totally get it because this is the process: is that you understand all the stuff that has to go into it. So, I guess, can you talk a little bit about from your own perspective what it is before you even start the testing process, how you get it up to the point where you can say, "All right, now we can really begin to see what happens when the rubber meets the road." Although we talked about tires a couple of weeks ago, we're talking about the API right now. Take us through a little bit of that.
Yeah, so what happens is the API, American Petroleum Institute, will get together with the oil marketers, the engine manufacturers, and just basically come up with what a really broad general outline will be of what the oil needs to do in order to help the engines accomplish what they need to do. And typically in the past few categories, a big focus has been on two things. One is fuel efficiency. The other is emissions and meeting emission standards and tightening that down. So in the last iteration, which was, I can't believe, already 10 years ago, the category actually split, and there are actually two different performance categories of oil for heavy-duty diesel engine oils out there. One of them is called CK4, and the other one is called FA4. And despite the similarities, their slight differences are pretty important and make a huge impact on how they perform. But they also can't be used in every engine that's out there. So it was a little confusing at first. However, the engines that could use FA4 were very limited at the onset. However, that's begun to change, and now there's a little bit more adaptation, and you see a lot more commonly these two distinct categories out in the market.
Let me ask you, and by the way, like I said, I'm flying a little blind here, and by blind I mean I don't want to kind of pretend that I know of what I speak. I'm actually asking genuine questions here. Is there the anticipation that with the FA4 you're developing something with the expectation there will be more engines, more vehicles that can actually take this, so that you're actually developing something in expectation of there being growth in that area? Am I making sense with that question?
Yeah, you are, and you're correct. The anticipation is that as more engines come out there or come out into the market, more will be able to use that oil. The CK4 is sort of I don't want to say fallback, but it's the oil that can be used in pretty much all of the engines. The FA4 oil can be used in some of the engines, primarily long-haul over-the-road trucks, newer model engines. So it's not really designed for, say, if you've got off-highway equipment, yellow iron and so on, or a lot of vocational applications. You won't really want to run that oil. It's not designed for that. It's designed for sort of steady-state, over-the-road, long-haul applications.
All right. So one of the notes I'm looking at here, by the way, is for heavy-duty diesel engine oils, the most common symbol is the donut. And I'm looking at that going, okay, so why is it called the donut? Explain this to me. A lot of our listeners are going, you idiot. Of course we know why it's called the donut. Would you like to take this or defer to Kevin on this one?
Well, Kevin, if you'd like to do it, that would be great.
I think it's actually pretty simple. When you look at the picture, it looks like a donut.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, no, I get that, Kevin. Thank you very much, Kevin. I mean, he's been waiting to get me on that one forever.
I'm sorry.
Wait, what don't you understand, Jimmy? You eat donuts every morning, you fat bastard. What are you doing? I know, I get it. Well said, well done.
I'm sorry, dude.
But
I couldn't resist.
I know.
That was.
Mine has chocolate and sprinkles on top of it. Anybody that actually spends any time with me knows I get one from across the street. But go on, Kevin.
Well, the donut's going to tell you a lot about that oil, right? And what API classification everything fits in. And Eric, please feel free to jump in if I say something off the wall here. So.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, because that that's important. That's for so many years, with maintenance and everything, we never really. A lot of times with older mechanical engines from years ago, you didn't think a lot about oil. Oil was oil, right? It didn't. There was different brands. You had different weights, you had different viscosities. Of course, the donut's going to tell you all that stuff, right? So that's basically the symbol is telling you about, what it is you're putting in here. Really it's up to you to do the research on how you're utilizing your vehicle and what you should be using based on what engine you actually have. I mean, that's the thing about maintenance nowadays. It's become so specific based on your not only your engine model, and what you prefer, what you see working, because you may prefer one particular, viscosity of oil or type of oil, but if the engine you have, the manufacturer don't recommend it, it needs to meet those other recommendations, then that's what you need to do. So, I mean, that's you have to follow that. To have a good maintenance program. Not only that, but how are you utilizing that equipment? It's kind of like Eric was saying with the new FA4s and everything. They're really designed for that, long haul, over the road applications, which most OEMs kind of define nowadays as more than 60,000 miles a year. So, so those types of things. It just depends on where that falls into. So. And you got to know, how the equipment's operated within those conditions too. So.
Okay, so Eric, I asked you a question earlier about creating something with the anticipation that the demand for it would grow, which, by the way, is good business, by the way, because the person who stays ahead of that actually is engaged in good business. You can't just keep on making the same thing. At some point, tube-driven radios, you can make a gazillion of them. Somebody's going to make something better. It goes back what Kevin is saying as well, too, so that you're not only anticipating oil was oil, as he says. Now, people have so many different personal preferences. You guys are making things in response to what the consumers are demanding, while some are demanding different things. Am I making sense when I say that you're having to create not just based on one standard model anymore, but you're having to create an anticipation of people having different needs, different tastes, and different approaches to how they go about trucking? Fair?
Yeah, that's very fair. And in fact, trying to time when to get that on the market in the right quantity. You don't want to make a whole bunch of stuff that the market's not ready for, because then everybody's just kind of sitting on it. And being a liquid, it's not like you can just put it up on the shelf. Storage is a little bit of a challenge, and my buddy Byron knows a little bit more about that stuff than I do. But yeah, you have to time it. You have to make sure that you can meet the anticipation of what the market is going to need. With these new proposed categories that are coming in 2017, some of the viscosities, when I tell people, they look at me sort of with a crooked glance, because they don't necessarily believe that it's really coming, but it's true. And some of these viscosities are very low, but if you think of what's been happening in passenger car oils over the years, now the 0W16s are a very common oil. 0W20 is almost becoming an old thing in the market. So the viscosities are getting very low, and getting the right viscosity for the masses is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, and the other thing is this is something I'm going into the weeds here, but Kevin knows me well, Eric, so you have to bear with me for a second, because the other thing that we have to bring into consideration, so many of our listeners are genuine owner operators who own their own trucks, who have their own authority, but so much of this is dictated also by fleet policy. Because that's the other thing too you've got to look at while you're still trying to help the individual truck driver out there. It's when fleets make a decision to change, as you're talking about, then you've got to kind of acknowledge their need, which then forces the hand of the individual owner operator to begin making what kind of choices they make when they buy their next piece of equipment, and what the requirements for that is as well. And so my question follow-up is, just as we talked about anticipating growth, how do you go about the business of anticipating slowdown or something getting pushed out or smoothed out of the market? Once again, am I making sense?
Yeah, yes, you are making sense. And I think that's a really tough one, and that's where the sales guys, a lot of the marketing people that do the research, and they can notice the purchasing trends and when things begin to tail off. One of the things during the last iteration 10 years ago, when FA4 first came out, I think market-wide there was a bigger anticipation of early adoption of that product, and it just didn't happen. Now it's really been ramping up now that more fleets, and you mentioned fleets. Larger fleets are really a big piece of this, because they can determine, once a certain amount of their fleet can use that oil, they can decide to start to use it. Because again, if you've got a mixed fleet, you don't always want to have two different oils on site, just because there's a huge risk of putting the wrong oil in the wrong engine. But once your fleet becomes a certain, I guess, percentage of that type of engine that can utilize that, if that potential fuel savings is worth it to you, you're more likely to make that switch.
Okay.
And that's something that, so it's how many new model year engines are out in the marketplace will really, I would guess, help determine that.
I'm actually going to pivot to Kevin here, because this actually opens up a question that I was kind of curious about. So you're dealing with a fleet. So somebody's bringing their fleet by you, or somebody's bringing by more than one truck. We'll just say about 10 or more trucks. How do you begin to make the recommendation to people? I mean, do you do that? Do you look at somebody and you say, look, if you're thinking about doing an upgrade, you might want to think about switching over to this, because that oil you like ain't going to be here much longer. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Or it's going to be more cost efficient from a maintenance standpoint for you to do this moving down the road. Is that the kind of stuff that you often have to talk to people about in regards to helping them with their next choices about, in regards when prices begin to change?
Yeah, absolutely, Jimmy, because that's a big conversation that always comes up. But as Eric alluded to, the larger fleets kind of drive a lot of this stuff, because if they're only running half of their fleet with engines that are actually have FA4 oils approved, that creates a little bit of an issue with maintenance items, as Eric was alluding to. But at the same time, as a third-party service provider, that creates even greater challenges for us, because we see a lot of owner-operators come in for services and everything, and it amazes me how many times I see this where, they'll have a new truck, but they want 15W40. It's like, really? Yeah, sometimes they don't care what brand, as long as it's 15W40. They don't want any of that 10W stuff. Well, that was 15 years ago. Now we started seeing 10W40s and 10W30s, coming from the factory in newer engines. But these FA4 stuff with the 5Ws, it got a lot of people a little leery, and I would even venture to say that a lot of the engine OEMs became a little leery, because with that lower viscosity, they start worrying about, hey, they really do extensive testing. It's amazing the test cells that these engine manufacturers use in testing these oils and other lubricants, with different additives and everything else, and how they wear, and the bearings that they actually use in those engines. They've already been engineered. They'll even go back to their bearing manufacturers and say, hey, we need to work on the formula for this bearing to tweak it a little bit, because I think we get better. They do so much extensive testing, with this stuff. So once they recommend something, yeah, you can bet your sweet petunias that they have thoroughly tested it. So, it's generally safe to say, as an owner operator, as a fleet owner, that, hey, the engine manufacturer recommends this. Hey, this is what I'm going to use. But, it does create a little bit of conundrum when you have that mixed fleet, where some engines require this or recommend this, and others, don't quite recommend it yet. They hadn't approved it yet or whatever. So, once, and it's like Eric said, once they get over that threshold, with the large fleets, then the sales increase, and then it becomes a little bit easier of a push. We saw the same thing back in 2007 when the original, what was it, CJ4? Is that right, Eric? That
Yep.
came out, the low ash content. We saw the same thing. It was like it I would say it took a while. It didn't take very long, because people that continued using old oil had DPF issues right off the bat. So after paying for a couple of them, it didn't take very long, so to make that switch. But once they did, it still, it wasn't like they could just switch it overnight, so.
Eric, let me ask you, because Kevin opened the door on this, so you can blame him for what I'm going to ask you
Lord.
next.
Oh,
no,
Lord.
So you talk about the idea that you got a lot of stuff you have to do over the course of the next couple of months, but at some point the rubber has to meet the road and the oil has to actually get going. And Kevin alluded to some of the testing that you guys do. Can you take our listeners through to help them understand how much, and with your backs against the wall, because 2027 is a lot closer than people think it is. It's actually, we are now past the year and a half point. It's much closer than that. Talk to me about what it is you guys do at the micro level to really kind of make sure that you've worked it all out and that it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, it's a massive effort. Our technology team.
I just traumatized you, didn't I,
marketing
by
team.
asking that question? I just traumatized you, making you think about what you got to do, didn't I? I'm sorry. I apologize. Go.
Yeah. Well, if you want to see true collaboration, you see all of these different, within the oil marketers like ourselves, right? You see marketing working with the technology group, but they have to talk with sales to find out, okay, well, what do we think, the adaptation is going to be based on these? You have to determine, first of all, what's your offer going to look like, because nobody sells just one flavor, so to speak, right? They've got different different types, and then you have to have the different viscosity grades based on what you think the demand's going to be, because you have to have all of those tested and proven. Then you can, once you have all of that determined, you can kind of come up with, okay, what's sort of our recipe, our formulation, and have that made and then put out into testing, into trial, and not just like bench stand where you've got an engine running in a room for, 6 weeks at high load, but actually putting it out in real fleets, out running, across the country, through mountains, down in the Southwest or up in the Northeast in winter, getting a representation of how this stuff can perform and determining that. And then, working hand in hand with these engine manufacturers, because the data helps them as well. So, all that to say, it's a massive effort just to get the stuff, just to get the oil prepared to go. And then you have to find a fleet who's, willing to partner with you and share all of the data, because as the truck's running down the road, you have to be able to get the data for this. So a lot of oil samples, a lot of telematics, and a lot of spreadsheets.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is too is the fact that, like, and you can hear Kevin laughing in the background because by the way, that sounds as complicated as that sounds. That's a lot simpler than it actually is. I'm not calling Eric out on that, but he's trying to kind of kernelize this. This is a lot of data aggregation, and where you can't even look at like even outliers where something goes really wrong once and then never happens again. And Kevin talked about it earlier, the idea that people finally making the change, but there isn't this moment where suddenly the switch goes off and everything is perfect. In case you guys didn't know, we're talking to Kevin Lindsay, who's the manager of technical service over at Travel Centers of America, and Eric Arnold, who, by the way, is a field engineer with Team Castrol, who is talking to us this morning. Heavy-duty field engineer, by the way. You got like 20 years in this game, don't you, Eric?
I do. It's hard to believe, but yes. A lot more gray hair since I started.
And to ask the question in regards to those 20 years, I mean, the way data is collated and collected now is incredibly different than how you guys used to do it when you first started, correct?
It's different than it was 2 years ago. It's amazing how much data is used for everything, and I'm sure Kevin's, in Kevin's business,
yeah,
the
absolutely.
Same, slightly different types of data, but the way it's used is amazing.
Yeah, Kevin, I can't imagine you walking out to anybody's truck anymore, looking under the hood and going, "Yeah, that's going to run you." I mean, those days are gone. I mean, where it's basically like, I mean, it almost takes a village of information, doesn't it, to kind of figure out ways to give people maintenance plans and service, because so many little bits and pieces here, and to kind of talk about that in regards to the resistance that you mentioned earlier, and helping people understand that, even though they like it the way they like it, the trucks they have now don't like it that way, and they've got to get used to it. They've got to listen to their truck rather than their gut now. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, it's kind of funny you started talking about that, Jimmy, and I got to thinking, we had our internal top tech competition last week, and one of the things that I brought up to all of our technicians there, our top technicians in the country come together, for competing, it's one way of doing something, but actually fixing a truck, working on it on a daily basis is another way. But what I actually tried to point out to them, that no matter what you're doing, the very first thing you have to do anymore is identify what you're working on. And not just, hey, is this is it a Freightliner? Is it a Detroit? Is it a Peterbilt Cummins? Yeah, what year is it? What EPA version is it? How is it being operated? What type of environment is it? I mean, you have to go through all of this before you can even troubleshoot some of the slightest issues on trucks anymore. And the same is true with, it's kind of the same process we're talking about with these oils, right? You've got to make that determination based on, your fleet or your truck and how you're operating it and what's recommended for it. So.
We got to cut it short, guys. It kills me inside. There was so much more to talk about. Eric, I'll make a promise to you. The next time we come back, I'll have my Shasta together. and because I will have my Shasta together, we'll also find some time to talk about F1 racing. Okay, I know you're a fan. Okay, deal?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in on that deal.
All right. We're always thrilled to have Kevin Lindsay, who somehow puts up with my nonsense, and Eric Arnold, the field engineer. By the way, he's over at Team Castrol. Good to have you both. Good morning to you. Thanks for doing this, guys. I got to go to Texas tomorrow, and you're making that possible, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you,
All
Eric.
right. Thanks, Steve.
All right.
Thanks, Eric.
Hit that music now, Madison, because we got about 30 minutes of our good friends from Reeds Across America talking trucking tributes. We got to get through this break and get this. It's going to hit right up against the wall. Guys, hopefully I'll be able to tell you goodbye. If not, well, be safe out there and go to truckdown.com.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I have the distinct privilege to be speaking with David May. David May is a professional driver for XPO and a military veteran, which always excites me. And we really want to thank the team at RadioNemo as well for having us on today. David, welcome to Trucking Tributes.
Oh, thank you. It's my pleasure.
I really love to unpack the very beginning for everybody, Dave, and figure out why it is that you even thought you wanted to be anywhere near a big rig.
Well, I mean, for me, it started when I got out of high school. It was back in the 70s, and the economy was terrible, and college wasn't in the future for me, at least not at that time. And I had a couple things that interest me. The military was always one, and the other one was driving a truck. So by joining the military, I had an opportunity to do both. And that's where I got my experience. That's where I started to drive. My first experience driving a semi was after finishing schooling. They sent me to my first unit, and as a private, you weren't allowed to drive the semis. You drove a Jeep. So when I first got to my unit, I was sent down in the motor pool. There was me and one sergeant who drove the semi, and I was getting my Jeep ready. Well, the sergeant didn't show up. I'm not sure what happened to him. So the truck master came over to me and he asked where he was, and I said, I haven't seen him. And he said, follow me up to the office. So I went up to the office with him, and he asked me for my military license, and he typed on a tractor trailer, and he told me, he said, you went to school. He said, that truck has to be to a certain place at a certain time. He said, you need to get going. You're late. So, of course, off I went. It's the Army. You don't tell them no. I did receive some training, but I certainly wasn't proficient. So, especially at shifting, I couldn't downshift anything. I left and I heard more noises and grinding and screaming out of the transmission that day than I thought was possible. I actually thought, I said, I'm going to get through this day okay, but I said, I don't know about this transmission in this truck. But I did make it through and I got back. It took me probably 4 hours longer than the sergeant that took the run. But I did get through and I got through safety, safely and made it back. And next morning I went back to the motor pool and I got a message first thing that the truck master wanted to see me. So I thought to myself, God, I hope the transmission didn't fall out of the truck last night. So I was a little nervous about going up to his office. And, he's a pretty big burly guy, and I opened the door and he's just standing there looking at me, not saying nothing. And then all of a sudden he starts laughing. He says, Private May, he said, you did a fine job yesterday. He said, I'm going to make you my regular tractor trailer driver. So, I mean, it's as surprised as I was thrilled. That was 48 years ago. I haven't been out of a truck since then, and went on to make a career out of the trucking industry. And the last 28 years I've been with XPO. And one thing I've always been proud with them, that they're very supportive of the veterans. We hire a lot of veterans. I think they're over 10% of our workforce, between drivers, mechanics, supervisors. So I'm working for a place that still appreciates the things that I did 48 years ago. So I enjoy that, and I'm proud of that.
Well, and clearly you're being kind to their transmissions. So, I mean, what more? David?
They gave me an automatic.
So, why the Army for you, David? What made that choice out of all the branches that you might have chosen to serve?
One of the things I went in, well, there was a couple of reasons. First of all, I had no desire to be on a ship for any length of time. So that was kind of out. But a good friend of mine, we grew up together, and he had joined, the Army prior to me. So I went in on what was called a buddy program. So after I went through my training in school, my first assignment was at the same place, the same battalion that he worked out of. So, I got to go away from home, but I was meeting part of home, my best friend, when I got there. So that was, I really liked that. That was nice.
That sounds like a cool system to be brought in under because, the training and the environment that you stepped out of from high school, presumably into the Army, was going to be vastly different environment for you. David, what do you think was your best part or your favorite part of serving?
Uh, I don't know. I just always felt that people take for granted, you know, that we get up every day and we live free and we do what we want to do. So to me, it was kind of fulfilling a debt. It's a bit of responsibility that I just felt that I needed to take on. And I think that was the most important thing to me was to never take that for granted.
Absolutely. Did you have military background in your family, or was this just kind of a cold decision that you made?
My grandfather was in, World War I. My uncles were in World War II. My one uncle just passed away. I think he was one of the last survivors from I don't know if it was, I think there was the Battle of Iwo Jima, but he was 93 and he was a Marine, and he was a Marine till the day he died. He really was.
I learned that very early on, David, in my career with Wreaths Across America, to never ever say a former Marine, because I was told that once you're a Marine, you are always a Marine. And I find that legacy of your family just so exhilarating to know, David, because how impressive. Obviously, you were born in a family that believed in patriotism and service to our country, and that was just extraordinary. Can you tell me a little bit more about your military service in terms of what you want? I mean, I know that you were driving a truck. Was that pretty much your standard MOS, your entire MOS? And where did you travel if you were able to?
For the first half, it was. That's pretty much what I did all the time. And then I received orders about halfway through my 3-year enlistment, and I was sent over to Europe. And then I did a small amount of time where I was into troop movement. It was more of helping, make arrangements for soldiers going through the country. But then I had an opportunity to go back to the truck, and that's just where I just wanted to be.
I love that you are doing that. Now, what brought you to XPO? What was the circumstance behind joining that company?
Well, I was at a company for 17 years, and at that time we were bought out. They went through a series of being bought out, and the last company that bought us out, they kind of consolidated their operations. So they moved the work that we were doing out of state to another state. So that left me, looking for employment. Um, you know, when I came to XPO, one of the things that attracted me there was the type of work. I had an opportunity where I could either work in the city, be local, be home, or at that time, our family was growing. We needed a bigger home. I had an opportunity to go on line haul and then, run doubles, throughout the states. And that probably bumped up my income by about 25%. So it allowed us to, to get the home that we needed, to get the things, for a growing family. My wife's been a stay-at-home mom. I have a son that has Down syndrome, so she's always stayed at home to take care of him. So the extra hours kind of allowed us to, keep the budget balanced. And I did that for about 10 years till we got ahead and the kids got a little bit older and, the bills were more manageable. And then once again, one of the things I liked was I had the ability to go back into the city. And now I work basically uh, Monday to Friday. I start at 7 o'clock. I'm usually home, between 7.5, 8.5 hours. I'm usually home. So it's a much more normal life. So as as my family life and our lives needed adjustments, I was able to make work adjustments, and that made the job that much more appealing for me.
I have heard that from so many professional drivers, David, that the trucking industry, the trucking professional, and almost every company that I've heard of makes it easier for a man to be able to be a family man, a dad, and keep things going and keep things rolling for his family and have the flexibility that's necessary. That, we all know as families that life throws just a few curveballs here and there, and to have that flexibility is amazing. And I think that's something that young people who are considering the trucking industry need to keep in mind, as well as, the flexibility of the industry. I am speaking with David May. He's a professional truck driver with XPO, an Army veteran, and a participant with Reefs Across America. So I would be absolutely, neglecting my duties, David, if I didn't ask, how is it that you first heard about Reefs Across America?
My first exposure to it was through America's Road Team. I'm an America's Road Team captain, and it is an event that they've participated in for a while now. So, the other captains would tell me about it, and there was everybody was touched. I haven't talked to one person that wasn't touched by the experience. So they told me about, what they do, and they told me about the size of it, what it was like, and none of it matched the experience. I mean, from the day that I showed up in Maine, and it's pretty rural where this place is at, that I have to give them credit for Reese. It's an organizational achievement. It just is, from the day you get there, there's pretty much nothing there, and they have services set up for the drivers. They have constant food. There's showers. Think 200 trucks that you have to, parking for, right? There's the warehouse operation. They're loading over 3 million wreaths, to go out, um, to do all that, and then to hold a convoy together that size. My wife said that when we pulled out and went through one town, it took us 15 minutes to clear the town. So we're not only going through small towns. We have full police escorts, cruisers, motorcycles, and their responsibility is to get us all the way to Arlington. And we're going through cities like New York City and Philly at rush hour. and they are just cruising and shutting down the entrance ramps and moving traffic. And to go that far with and be on time and be on schedule. We ran every day close to our 14-hour log. And so there was very little wiggle room. And it was flawless. I mean, the job that they did was just amazing. So I can't even tell you how impressed I am with how they organize things.
Well, I can hear the gratitude in your voice without a doubt. And, if I do say so, David, you are absolutely correct. And, the funny part about Wreaths Across America and the annual wreath escort to which you are referring to Arlington National Cemetery, it certainly didn't start out that smooth. And we have learned so much because of you, drivers such as yourself, your carrier companies like XPO. The trucking industry has taught us so much about logistics and planning. And of course, we've had to bend with the circumstances and the changes in the trucking industry, just as you have as a professional driver. When you mentioned that, we were on that 14-hour journey, well, we've had to keep in mind all of the driver's logs, and we've had to keep in mind the time that we leave, the time that we arrive, the time that we're going to be hanging out at the stops throughout the eastern seaboard that we make. All of that has to be factored in, along with that fresh commodity that you're carrying in the form of the veterans wreaths. It's just really something else and we can't thank the trucking professionals and the industry members themselves enough, because when we first started, we didn't have it down. We, as Morrill and Karen Worcester, our founders, often joke and say they did not set out to do this. This was something that they had been doing as a family for 10 years, very quietly, with one truck and a handful of volunteers. And once that picture went viral of all those veterans wreaths on the headstones of Arlington after a fresh snow had fallen, that picture went viral on the internet, and it just struck a nerve with the people in this country. So when folks, say to us all the time, well, thank you, Wreaths Across America, my immediate retort is, thank the citizens of this country, because it's patriotic citizens who are sponsoring these veterans wreaths. It's patriotic citizens who are stepping up to volunteer as our boots on the ground for all of these participating locations. And it's citizens such as yourself and your company, XPO, that step up and say, hey, we will help you make this mission happen to remember, honor, and teach throughout the country. And as you pointed out, David, that last year, over 3.1 million veterans wreaths were placed throughout this country, some at sea and abroad, of course, as our mission grows. But this year, our Director of Transportation, Courtney George, informs us that we will be picking up an extra 100 to 200,000 orders for wreaths. And it's because of the trucking industry that makes it happen. And there's no secret here, David, on trucking tributes. We're going to expose everything. We need trucks. we need lots of trucks, and we can't thank you enough as a professional driver for stepping up with XPO. And David, when you mentioned ATA and being a road team captain, it just really illustrates for me your expertise, care, and compassion as a professional driver. And I understand it. You recently took an award. Is that correct? A trucking award?
I was last weekend. I was in the New York State Truck Driving Championships, and I placed first place in my class. So that now I get to move on and go to the national competition and compete for a national title, which is always I just love doing it. You're around such a special group of people there. Everybody. It's kind of like Reese. Even with Reese, everybody that's there wants to be there. They're happy to be there. They grab the moment. The truck driving championships are the same way. These are drivers that care about the industry, and to go out and compete with the best, it pushes you. It just pushes you to make yourself a little better. You can see you're getting outworked. You can feel it. And then you come back, and next year you're going to try a little harder. And the bottom line is what it does is it just makes you focus more on safety. The key to getting to compete is you have to be accident free that year. So all the competition is based on being an accident-free driver and improving your skills, and then go out and show off to each other and see who worked harder last year.
I love the competitive nature involved in the truck driving championships, and you absolutely are correct. And I was going to bring that up, that it is, in fact, all about the safety, the precision, the expertise. And by golly, when I went to my first truck driving championship and saw how you guys and gals managed to miss rolling over those rubber duckies, I was impressed.
Well, I didn't always miss, so.
Well, we won't talk about the duckies that got flattened, but it's par for the course. But no, that really does speak to, however, David, the character and the quality and the expertise behind the members of our Wreaths Across America honor fleet. And you are one of those members. What do you think? You mentioned the annual Wreath Escort to Arlington, David. And I am speaking, by the way, on Trucking Tributes to David May. He is a professional driver with XPO. And you are listening to Trucking Tributes. A shout out to the folks at RadioNemo for having us on. And of course, we are always on Wreaths Across America Radio. All you need to do is find us on the iHeartRadio app, sync us up with your Bluetooth in your truck, and we will be rolling with you every day that you want to turn us on. And of course, Tuesday is always Trucking Tuesday on Wreaths Across America Radio. So we appreciate everybody that gets involved. And yeah, the word is on Trucking Tributes is that we need trucks. The mission grows every year. It's a grassroots growth. And sometimes it's right up to the last minute that we are finding out about orders for wreaths. So anything that can, roll on a wheel is able to carry pretty much a veteran's wreath box. And Courtney tells us that it's just the tankers and the flatbeds that can actually be loaded. But we have relationships and partnerships with other carriers that say, hey, you got a tractor, we've got a trailer, and we can get hooked up and make it happen. I'm curious, you mentioned the escort to Arlington, and as a veteran, David, what do you think was the most powerful piece of that whole experience for you?
I really, it's emotionally, it's very up and down. You have moments where you're so excited and you're so happy and proud, and then the next moment your heart just sinks. And I mean, I can give you a couple examples. There's a few days that really that kind of stick in my mind. We would be in a school doing an event, and then they would start out and they would have all the students here, and they'd have cheerleaders cheering everybody on, going through and recognizing the veterans. And everybody's excited, and then they would start the ceremony, and they would play the song Arlington. And when you look around and you have gold star parents there, and they listen to that, you can't even talk. You can't say anything. You can just see the feeling. And it's very touching, and then you'll move on to another event, and it'll start out the same way. You'll be going through a town, and you can see as you're coming up, there's thousands of people out there. All the school kids are out there. And one day I had a veteran, 88 years old, Vietnam, fully decorated. He had seen some bad things in his life. And I don't think he always likes to be around people. I think he's a little protected. And somebody who was with said, he said he loves that full dressed ATA rig with the camouflage. He said, I think he'd like to get in there. He said, would you talk to him? I said, yeah. I went over. I said, why don't you come with us? I said, you're going to have fun today. And so he did, and he was quiet at first. And I came up on that town, and I could see the lines of people. Now, this soldier, when he came home, he was greeted with rotten tomatoes. So when I seen the crowd, I said, I'm going to roll that window down. And I gave him a flag. I said, just put that flag in the wind. It was just blowing and blowing. And as we got into town, the people went crazy. The kids were screaming. He got so excited. He rolled that window down and he was hanging out the window holding that flag, thanking them. He got the homecoming that was 50 years overdue. I was so excited for this man. And I was just, my heart was just pounding and I was smiling and I was happy for him. And after that, I'm all energized and happy. The crowd starts to thin out. And I see one lady all the way down at the end. And she's holding a sign. And I'm thinking, geez, what has she got on the sign, you know? And she's waving, and I'm reading a sign. It said, thank you. He said, you're carrying my brother-in-law's wreath. So there was a lot of days like that, up and down. Wouldn't trade it for the world.
Well, no fair, David. I'm supposed to be the one making you cry, but you've got me in tears. And you've expressed it so beautifully that it is, in fact, an emotional roller coaster filled with gratitude. And especially when you talk about some of our Vietnam veterans who never received the proper welcome home. They were doing their jobs. They were doing what they were told to do, plain and simple, when it came to their service in the military. And not only did they not receive a welcome home, but they were abused and mistreated upon their welcome home. And one of the things that makes Wreaths Across America incredibly proud of the mission to remember, honor, and teach is to, in fact, provide our Vietnam veterans with a proper welcome home. We do that with our mobile education exhibit. We worked with the 50th commemorative for many years, and now, since they have fulfilled their duty for the commemorative, we are continuing. Wreaths Across America received permission to continue to welcome home and pin our Vietnam veterans with the mobile education exhibit. And we continue that to be sure that all of our Vietnam veterans who are still alive today receive the proper welcome home and the proper gratitude for their military service, because you're absolutely right. They did not see some great things during their service, and a lot of them suffer still today. And I'm very proud to tell you, David, that many, many times Wreaths Across America has been that catalyst for them to finally start talking and finally start sharing with their families who, desperately want to know, even though it's not a comfortable story more often than not. The families still want to know what their loved one had to contend with and what their loved one has been through. So more often than not, Wreaths Across America has been that catalyst for Vietnam veterans. And, you speak to the gratitude of that woman standing on the roadside, saying, you're carrying my brother-in-law's wreath. It always makes me think of our chairman of the board, Wayne Hansen, himself a Vietnam veteran who was in Arlington one year when we didn't have complete coverage. And a man came up to him and said, well, what are all of these wreaths? And Wayne proudly explained the mission behind Wreaths Across America. And the man looked at Wayne with tears in his eyes and looked down at his son's headstone that the wreaths had stopped. We didn't have enough sponsored. And the man looked at Wayne and said, well, what about my son? So that is the mission that drives all of us at Wreaths Across America, to make sure that we get these veterans wreaths sponsored. And we're not decorating graves at Christmas time. We do it in December because that's the time of year that's very, very difficult for families who have lost loved ones to deal with that empty seat at the table. So, David, other experiences that you think you can share, and what you might say to other professional drivers out there or carrier companies that are thinking, maybe 2025 is our year. What would you tell them?
Well, the first thing I'd like to cover one more thing first, and that is the Arlington.
Please.
So all that emotion ends up at Arlington, which is such a special place. And when we pulled in there, and early in the morning, it was very cold, and then the trucks were shut down. It was just quiet, and you talk about people that need the help. So 300,000 wreaths. I'm thinking, boy, how are we gonna manage this? And then all of a sudden, they let the people in, and they came by the thousands to help out. Everyone wanted to be there. It just was just overwhelming experience. As far as getting other people to be involved, it's the one thing I always think about, like with the soldiers, is that every day our lives go on. You get up, I got a promotion, I'm scheduling a vacation, I bought a new car. Every day there's a soldier somewhere that's in harm's way. Why we enjoy doing the things what we want to do. So it's important that we never forget that. And it shouldn't just be a one day a year thing. It should be an everyday thing. And we get to live free because of one reason, them. So I would say, just do it so that you always remember them. Don't forget them.
Absolutely. And when you speak, David, about them coming by the thousands to Arlington National Cemetery, they come by the thousands all across the country. We have now, going into 2025, 5,000 participating locations in addition to National Cemetery. And it does not need to be a national cemetery. It simply needs to be where members of the U.S. military are laid to rest. It can be a community cemetery, a veteran cemetery. It can be a memorial where veterans are memorialized. We often have done even ceremonies to remember and honor those who are lost at sea. So anyone who wants to participate in Wreaths Across America is able to do so. And we have volunteers from all walks of life and all careers and all backgrounds who participate. We are non-political. We are not affiliated with any particular religion. Everyone works with us and finds a way to honor and remember, as you mentioned, our military personnel who have served. And it's our honor to work with everybody throughout the country, our trucking companies particularly, and you guys and gals who are members of our honor fleet. We just cannot thank you enough. So David May, number one, thank you for your military service, that of your family, and thank you for being with XPO, a member of our honor fleet, and joining me today on Trucking Tributes.
Oh, thanks for letting me participate. It was wonderful.